There we go. Right on time. Hi, guys. Welcome to the show. This is Monkey in the Morning. I am Monk. Hope you're well. Hope you're having a good day. I'm good. No real complaints. Same old pain, but didn't cry today. So I'm going to call it a win. And lots to laugh at. And you guys know how I like to laugh. Wow. On your screen is the soon to be former vice president, former presidential candidate for the DNC. And this isn't really what I wanted to talk about today. I just happened to see it right before I was setting up the show, and this came across my Twitter timeline. It's from hours ago, but I was asleep. I'm pretty sure I caused this to happen because looking at the timeline, it kind of lines up with when I went to bed. And you guys are welcome. That's the saddest, most dejected, and most hilarious thumbnail. Do you see the picture on the screen right now? This is the start of the video. I did not pick this. I didn't pause it at that spot. This is how the video starts. And this is something they put out themselves. I wanted to talk about the Pod Save America podcast, which we're going to in a little bit. And it's going to be a long one, guys. So strap in. But this was just so perfect to go with it. The Pod Save America folks had high profile people from Kamala's campaign on today to discuss why she lost. And well, I'm guessing that she watched that and listened to it or something and then just started drinking. And then she's like, "Get my camera ready. I gotta talk to the people." Because this is just so fucking insane. Okay, I'm just going to play it for those of you who haven't seen it. It's only 28 seconds long. But as you listen to this, tell me you don't hear a drunk guy at the end of a bar close to closing time who's trying to give you a pep talk. You guys ever run into that? Drunks like to do that. Drunks like to get very very peppy right before they start crying or peeing themselves.
I just have to remind you, don't you ever let anybody take your power from you. You have the same power that you did before November 5th. And you have the same purpose that you did. And you have the same ability to engage and inspire. So don't ever let anybody or any circumstance take your power from you.
Yep. Now, rumor has it, I can't confirm this. I think it was Jack Posobiec who said this on Twitter, that the White House was like, don't do this. And she's like, I'm gonna talk. I'm gonna talk. Oh wow. I feel like she's trying to give herself a pep talk. Maybe that's what it is. I still have the power. I'm He-Man. That is just. Could you play into the lush role more than giving a random drunken pep talk to your audience when nobody was looking for it? Sorry, had an issue with my nose. Anyway, I just want to watch it one more time because it's funny as shit. And I sincerely hope Estee, whatever her name is, does a parody of this if she hasn't already.
I just have to remind you, don't you ever let anybody take your power from you. You have the same power that you did before November 5th.
And somebody needs to cut in the I have the power He-Man thing right there.
And you have the same ability to engage and inspire. So don't ever let anybody or any circumstance take your power from you. I just have to remind.
Don't let anything take your power from you. I'm totally powerful. Christ almighty, Kamala. Jesus. Look, losing's hard. Nobody likes to lose, and losing the presidential election is one of the biggest stages you can fail on. But god damn. I'm telling you, you got the power. It's fine. I just peed. I mean, it's yeah, but Posobiec said that her people were very much against this and didn't want to do it. And again, I can't confirm this, but I can't believe anybody was like, yes, she should do this now in that state, because she is clearly fucking drunk there. Clearly drunk. That's not slowed down. This comes from a Democrat site. This wasn't like somebody else put this up. And remember the Nancy Pelosi thing? They slowed it down to make it seem like she was slurring her speech. This is just her. I need to give a drunken speech to the people. And it just plays in well with what I want to talk about, because the Pod Save America guys, I don't pay a lot of attention to them. Occasionally I see their clips on Twitter, which is how this all started. I don't like them because they're partisan shitbags who are the epitome of what Democrats think men are. They're little beta bitches. And just to give you a hint of what they're like before we get to the video we're gonna watch, this is them talking. They have a rotating cast of characters. It's like 4 or 5 guys. I think it's 4 guys who get up there and they give their little liberal talking points. And this is right after Kamala's speech on the ellipse, the closing argument speech. And we watched that. You guys remember, right? The speech where she talked for like half an hour and didn't say a fucking thing other than Donald Trump is evil and going to kill you all, but we need to get rid of the politics of fear. Y'all remember that, right? Well, this is their take on it. This is the level we're dealing with when it comes to Pod Save America.
Really good.
What were your general thoughts, general reactions to the speech?
Thank God that Kamala Harris is the Democratic nominee for president of the United States is my main thought. I couldn't be more overjoyed to support her. And I think that it's the clearest choice I've ever encountered in any vote for any office on any level. I thought she was really great. I thought the visuals were great. I thought the speech was very stirring in the beginning and at the end. I think there was a big section in the middle. It was kind of a focus group potpourri that I assume that they're cutting into 15 and 30-second ads to play to the people in the swing states. And so that's fine. It's like a piece of art. It wasn't great, but like I understand why they're doing that. And I thought it was smart to do it. There were some people that were, some Democratic strategist types who were like, I don't know, we shouldn't talk about fascism. And I don't know if this is right. We should talk about, take home pay. And it's like, she showed that that's a false choice. I think it was very good and important to stay.
Is he drunk too? I hope so. But I mean, that is the level we're dealing with. What little criticism he can have of it as well. I mean, they were doing that for ads, so that's fine. This is a week before the election. Remember that? Not a lot of time to even cut ads for that, but I guess. It was great. It was wonderful. She's the best thing since sliced bread. Is that the lead designer for Jaguar? Not that I'm aware of. But and for the record, I'm not here to bag on the guys from Pod Save America, although I do think they are. Let me put it. I think they all sit to pee, and that's fine. Yeah, please keep being like that. Please keep thinking this is how men are supposed to be. Please keep projecting into the world, because women are rejecting that. And they're like, nah, I'd like an actual man in my life. So please keep up. I don't want you guys to change it all because, well, it's funny. But I did want to watch them talk to the campaign strategists, because what little I've seen of this, again, I have not watched the whole thing. I've seen a clip of, I think it's the chick on the end over there, explaining why they didn't differentiate themselves from Biden more. But what's really funny to me is that the excuses are all the same, and none of these people seem to get what the issue is. Oh, I didn't put it on the screen. You guys, I said the woman on the end, and you guys can't even see her. Sorry about that. There we go. it's amazing to me how bad the people in politics are at politics. So again, I'm not going to be bagging too much on the guys from Pod Save America. We're just going to start right about here. The question at the beginning that the pod guy asked was, when did you guys know that Trump won? I'm paraphrasing it a little bit. And the lady that speaks first, she gives a very Kamala answer. She started, look, we knew it was going to be very close. It was going to be very close. And yeah, all our polling said it's going to be close. I mean, it's almost Rain Man-esque at this point. I wasn't meaning to even go into a Rain Man there, but it's how they all speak. And then she says, it was when the polls started or when the polls closed. When the polls closed. So basically 3 a.m. because Alaska and Hawaii, of course, we never count them when we talk about polls closing. I don't think any race ever come down to whether or not, everybody already knows, but Alaska and Hawaii are what we're waiting on to find out. I know they drug out the Alaska vote this time, even though we all knew what the answer was going to be there. But Alaska didn't swing the election, so we don't really pay attention. No offense to people in Alaska, retro. I'm not dogging on y'all. It's just the reality of how it works. By the time we get to you guys, the races are over. You guys should vote earlier in the day. That's what you should do. Anyway, this guy's answer intrigued me, and it was right after he stopped talking that I stopped watching, and I was like, yeah, we got to talk about this. Hopefully I get the part that he says that I really wanted in here, but anyway.
States. But, what we saw on election day
is that Mark Dyson? He does kind of look like him, doesn't he? For the record, I don't remember any of their names. They're all announced at the beginning of the Pod Save America podcast there. You can watch it yourself if you'd like to find that out. These are just Kamala stoolies.
New Jersey and California and Connecticut and New York, massive shifts. So I think where Kamala Harris campaigned, we were able to keep the tide down a little bit, but it ended up being a pretty strong, tailwind for Donald Trump. And I think it's worth reminding everybody.
Remember,
we saw in 22
when they knew
they
were
a pretty
losing.
Decent Democratic year. We saw these shifts. We saw them in 20. We saw them in 16. Trump specifically, but Republicans generally improving their vote share amongst non-college voters, particularly college voters of color.
I had to get that part in. That's the part we wanted. You see, it's just that Trump and Republicans, but Trump mostly, he's picking up all them dumb Negroes, them uneducated Negroes. Yeah. This is what they think of y'all. Y'all know that, right? And I don't just mean the people of color. You're all uneducated. Why aren't you smart like us? Why aren't you smart like us? If you just had an education, if you had just been through the communist propaganda schools we call college, you would agree with us. Saw a thing today from a Democrat who is pissy because polls showed that it was like whoops, that's my bad, y'all. Sorry about that. Where was I? I don't even remember. So yeah, their whole thing. Oh, I was telling you guys. I saw on Twitter today this poll where it was the exit polling that showed that, or maybe it was just a regular poll. I forget. But anyway, people were asked, should we deport all illegals? And it said yes or no. And overwhelmingly, more than 60% said yes. And this guy's like, that is not fair. That's not the way you ask that question. You have to give people more choices. Like, you need to ask, should we give them a pathway to citizenship? And that's a tell. That's a tell, because what they're doing there is saying, hey, the indoctrination we've been pushing for almost 2 decades now, maybe even over 2 decades now, if you don't give them that choice, they won't say those words. If you don't use the specific propagandist language that we use, then people are going to make up their own mind based on a yes or no question, and that's not fair. They tried suggesting that the question itself was biased because they didn't offer their biased answer as one of the possible. It's a yes or no question. Should the illegals be mass deported? Yes. That doesn't require yes, but they should be allowed back in and with a path to citizenship. I've told you guys this about abortion before. The reason people think abortion is it's a right, it's a total right, is because they've been told for 50 years that it's a right. Every fucking piece of media, like, it's your right. And if you repeat shit long enough, people will not even think about it. They're just like, no, it's a constitutional right, bro. Like, yeah, show me in the Constitution where it says that. The Supreme Court said it says it, so it says it. No, that's not how it works. Supreme Court can get things wrong. Do we even have to talk about the slavery stuff again, or can we just move along? So basically saying that their brainwashed keywords weren't used. Yes, exactly, Black Romeo. It is propaganda. It is repeat the lie long enough. It's what it is. If you keep repeating a lie, people will believe it, because most people don't just sit around and think about shit all day long. They have other stuff to do. But anyway, I don't even know how I got off on that little rant. Told you guys it's going to be a long one.
And this was a surprising race because Kamala Harris actually did, I think, better with senior voters than I think a lot of people would have thought. So,
I don't know where he got that from, because all of the polls that I've seen, do you remember the Iowa thing where like, no, the Des Moines Register, their poll is right because totally all of the old ladies are going to vote for Kamala. The actual breakdown, I'm going by the CNN exit poll right now. The CNN exit poll has Trump winning seniors, which he didn't last time. Republicans have been doing poorly with 65 plus. Democrats have been winning that demographic. It's the one right under that. It's like 45 to 65 or whatever that demographic is that Trump has won. And the seniors, that was a new one. I think Kamala did better than we thought. How bad did you guys think she was going to lose? Because seriously, the Des Moines Register thought she was going to win the state because of seniors. How much better than that could she have done and still lost? She didn't win that state. She didn't even come close. These people, it is their fucking job to do what I do, but for real. See, I get to sit back here and give you guys my opinion, but it has no real weight. This dude here was involved in making campaign decisions. How can you be this bad at your job? And that's the other part of this. We are less than a month away from the election. We are still more than a month away from the inauguration. And they tell us at the beginning of this, the Pod Safe America guy, that the Harris campaign reached out to them like, we're ready to talk about this. Who in their right mind goes on a loser tour? Who in their right mind at this point is like, what we really need to do is get out. This is a job interview for these guys, basically. That's what this is. Don't let them fool you. This is not trying to save face or even to really break down the election. This is like, no, totally. I know what I'm talking about. So please hire me. Please, please, please. I didn't suck at my job. We just had a bad candidate in a rough election with not enough time.
margin of error race where we inherited a deficit, we got it to even, but the thing never.
Okay, fuck off. We inherited a deficit. This is talking about how Biden was down in the polls, because he had clear dementia. All of that went away the moment Kamala was announced. Trump was already popular. The deficit wasn't because of Biden's mental decline. I mean, he would have lost more from that. The deficit was from the administration. Despite all of the talk of you guys, like, no, you guys are totally not poor. We promise. Your money is, you can get a turkey for 10 people and have all the fixins for $60. You guys, it was all of your policies. It's Joe Biden coming out and saying that a bill that was supposed to help the people was actually the Green New Deal. And then Kamala going, I wouldn't have done anything different. This inherited deficit bullshit. Oh, it's so stupid. And it goes to their best line. This is what they really think. Kamala just, she didn't have enough time. It was a truncated campaign and only 100 days to run it. Do you guys know how much attention most people pay to the election? Most people start paying attention about a month in advance. That's when things really get down to where you're seeing the real numbers and stuff. Because most people just tune out before then. This is not a new thing. It's been going on forever. No, we didn't have enough time. If only we had 10 more days, maybe we could have done something that wasn't completely fucking stupid. We inherited a deficit. You weren't playing basketball and coming in when you're down 30 points. Jesus Christ, it's an election. And I'll get to that later.
Move. So to Jen's point, I think we were hopeful. I don't know how optimistic we were, but we thought, okay, this is tied. And if a couple things break our way, and listen, I'm naive in this way. I just thought at the end of the day, particularly because Trump did not close well, I thought.
We'll get to that in a second. Ultranaut, thank you. If I made a bad call at work and then at the next team huddle, I wasted everyone's time describing how I found out I was wrong, I would be fired. No, I'm going to disagree with you a little bit there, Ultranaut, because there are times when that's instructive. Like, okay, I did this and this is how it fucked up. That can be a learning experience and help the others. But if you got up there and like, okay, I'm trying to think of, let's use McDonald's since that was big in the thing. Do you guys know what happens if you throw a piece of ice into boiling oil? Do you guys know? It bubbles over and it causes a huge mess, and you should never do that. It's actually very dangerous. Do not do it. But I have seen it done. So let's say you're the guy who threw ice into the thing, and you get up there to explain your mistake to everybody, and you should be like, yeah, don't throw ice in there. It causes a big problem. If instead you got up there and go, I mean, the problem is I didn't have more ice. If I'd had more ice, there wouldn't have been a problem. The issue isn't that with them doing this, although it is weird that they're doing it right now. It's that they won't accept responsibility for what actually went wrong. Because in their world, it's not their ideology that was the problem. And it 100% is. They picked Tim fucking Walz as their VP. As DEI is dying out and as the trans bullshit is blowing up in everybody's face with like the Cass report and all of that, they're like, you know what we should do? Get the guy who made his state able to kidnap people's children so they can cut off their genitals. It's just fucking insane.
Kamala Harris closed well. Trump was reminding people some of the things they don't like about him, that might give us what we needed.
So see, this is what I'm talking about with these guys not knowing their job. Trump didn't end well. He didn't end well. We went over this, at the end of the campaign because I was like, what the fuck are these people talking about? What in the fuck are you talking about? Trump was doing well. Where he wasn't, I'm using air quotes, doing well, was on liberal media where they were flat out lying about what he was doing. From the liberal media, like, he's having a Nazi rally at Madison Square Garden, just like 1930s. What was it, 32 or 34 when that rally happened? It's just like that. My wife is going to hate this episode because I keep doing my dumb people voice. Trump did not finish poorly, and Kamala didn't finish well. Her speech on the ellipse was bad, despite what the Pod Save America guy said. It was a bad speech with no specifics in it. She just didn't have time to tell people who she was. She had plenty of time. She just didn't take it. And this is this guy's fucking job, man. How am I not employed by these people? I could do this job so much better for you. Whether we're talking about cable TV punditry or running a campaign, hire me, guys. I am so much better than these people.
But at the end of the day, I think the political atmosphere, the desire for change, all those fundamentals that you've spent a lot of time talking about really presented huge challenges for us. So, we got there, but we didn't get the breaks we needed on election day.
We just didn't get the breaks we needed on election day. The breaks you need. What the fuck kind of excuse is that? You ran a bad campaign. Oh my God. You spent the first month of her very short campaign not doing any press. How the fuck? You thought you were Biden in 2020 when at least he had the excuse. Oh yeah, we can't get him out. There's COVID. COVID means Joe Biden can't talk past 8:30 a.m. and he woke up at 8:29. Sorry, guys. And you guys tried doing that same bullshit. You tried doing the Katie Hobbs because she pulled that shit in Arizona. And it wasn't working for you. And by the time you guys decide, okay, we're gonna finally talk, you had the national stage. Everybody's paying attention. Everybody is. They're like, oh, she's finally gonna speak. And then what does she do? She gets out there on every goddamn thing she goes on and refuses to answer questions, except for The View, which, Sonny, well done on accidentally tanking her campaign, but it wasn't going to work anyway. That's the only direct answer she ever gave. Like, yeah, I wouldn't do anything differently than Joe Biden. When their own polls, if you listen to these guys talk, I mean, he just mentioned it briefly there, and I think it got mentioned even earlier. The chick who talked before him mentions that their own polling was not lining up with the polling you guys saw. Weird, right? Remember I kept telling you their internals must have really sucked? Apparently they did. And when we knew this from Slotkin here in Michigan, like, no, in Michigan, she's underwater. That was Slotkin's term. I know oh man, if only some shit would have broke our way. If only you had a good candidate or a good message or done anything that wasn't stupid. If I didn't know better, I would swear you were trying to lose. How many of these shows started with me going, who in her campaign hates her? Apparently it was her.
How deep was the hole that she had to climb out of?
Well, Jen, I mean, I think, listen, there was the Biden-Trump 1.0, which is obviously pretty catastrophic in terms of where the race stood. When we got in, my recollection is some of that snapped back, but, we were behind. I mean, I think it surprised people because there was these public polls that came out in late September, early October, showing us with leads that we never saw.
Oh, there it is. There's him saying that part. Yeah, they didn't have those, and one of those was the Des Moines Register poll. Do you remember how the press jumped on that? Look, nobody was reporting that the Kamala campaign was, shitting their pants, which they clearly were. But again, it's like, how deep was that hole? The whole he points to Biden Trump 1.0, which I'm guessing is the debate. I'm not sure because Biden Trump 1.0 would actually be 2020, but whatever. The problem was the administration and they had to make her look like she was smart. They had to make her look like she was doing some, what's the word I'm looking for here? Actually doing something as vice president instead of being a figurehead that we mostly don't pay any attention to. Because that's who the vice president is. For all their talk about, no, she was the border czar. Yeah, what power did she have? She's the president of the Senate. That's it. Otherwise, it's little tasks that the president gives them, and then the president still has to sign off on. They don't really do anything. But they had to make it. Like, no, she was the last person in every meeting. That is actually a talking point they used. She's the last person in every meeting. Was she the one's got to put the blanket on Grandpa Joe and make sure he didn't poop? It's the problem was the administration, not when she got in and not any deficit from how bad that debate went. If she'd come out after that and been like, yeah, this guy's, he's clearly lost his fucking mind, probably would have been better off. Monk, chat, cheers to us. I want to thank everyone in chat for being awesome. Y'all helped me through my 20s like you'd never know. The last few years have been crazy and y'all have been super. Love y'all. Here's to my 30s. Cheers. Ah, that's why you were counting down. Hyman Lyman. This one's for you, my friend. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Hyman Lyman. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, my friend. And yes, I know I'm fucking up your name. My wife would like me to remind you of that every time I do it now. Happy birthday, my friend. By the way, didn't we have a birthday before chat or before the show started? Somebody said it was their birthday, and was it Bo? Bo, are you still here? Because I told myself, remember this, and I forgot. And now I feel bad. Let me know. Let me know if you're still in the chat. I am so sorry about that. And happy birthday, Hyman. I don't even remember what I was talking about with these guys. So let's let this idiot talk again.
I mean, it was just basically a race that in the battlegrounds was 46-47, 47-48. So that's not where we started. We started behind. She was able to climb out. I think even after the debate, we might have gained, 0.51. It wasn't a race that moved a lot. And so I think when you think about our own internal analytics, if you have Wisconsin at 47-47, or Pennsylvania 48-47 Trump, let's say, which I think is where we had it at the end, you've got to have undecided break your way more than your opponents. And you've got,
or this is what your polling is saying. Find out why. Listen to the criticism that's coming in. And granted, you guys only watch the mainstream media and refuse to even pay attention to anything that wasn't firmly up your ass. But this is the problem with an echo chamber. In an echo chamber, nobody's going, hey, by the way, we're kind of fucking up over here. You got Tim out there dancing like he's into men, let's say it that way, and saying really stupid shit and making oh, that was you? Okay. I don't understand how they don't understand that. This is your fucking job, dude. What you're telling us here is that your strategy for this campaign was, hey, maybe we'll win. That's it. That was your big answer. Maybe we'll win. Sure. I'm glad you did it the way you did. I'm seriously, because you fucked it all up. I just don't understand how you're in a position where you were making any kind of decisions. How you were in a position where you were, in any kind of power within this administration or within this campaign. You're clearly dumb. Can you imagine doing this on anything? Maybe we'll get lucky. Unless you're at a casino, that is a horrible fucking way to run your life, your campaign, your job, your house, your marriage, your family, your bathroom habits. No, you should not be running things based on maybe we'll get lucky. Jesus Christ.
to get a little benefit from turnout, which we weren't able to do.
Obviously, the defining event of this race was the candidate switch, and every decision you guys had to make, everything you had to do was defined also by the compressed calendar in which you were operating.
Again,
Quentin, you were there when that switch happened. How were you able? There was a 1 month period between the debate and when the president actually dropped out.
They talk more than I do.
Obviously, it seemed like a dropping out could be a possibility. Were you able to do any thinking or planning in that 1 month period about what a race with the vice president would look like? Or did you have to sort of start cold on that first day, the moment you got the call or the statement went out.
I mean,
Okay. God damn, it takes a long time to ask a question there. Fuck. The defining moment of this race was not Biden dropping out. If anything, that made the Democrats do much better. So if that's what you're talking about, they didn't get their asses completely kicked. It wasn't a Mondale situation. Okay, maybe. I would say the defining moment of this race is probably Trump at McDonald's, honestly. Or even the trash can thing. And maybe the trash can one is, or the trash truck is even better, because these are two moments where you see exactly what was going on. Butler was a defining moment. I could see Butler too. Although, honestly, that didn't get the kind of attention it really should. The press couldn't give it that attention because it makes Trump a sympathetic character. I think things like him going to McDonald's and just clowning the fuck out of her, that is the defining moment. Him giving people these meals for free. I mean, he paid for it, but you're in a tough economy, and she's trying to pretend that she's a regular person by mentioning she worked at McDonald's, which nobody can verify. It's such a dumb fucking lie to even tell. Hey, which one was it? How long? The exact? You don't remember any of that shit. Weird. Kamala's team's job was almost as difficult. Hang on a second. As YouTube streamers, yeah. This should have been an easy race for them. With all of the bullshit that's been said about Trump over the last decade, this should have been an easy win. The problem is the press doesn't control things the way they used to. Biden debate and then cooing him are defining moments. If that's what you're talking about with the defining moment, Dustin, I would agree with you that it wasn't the switch that is the defining moment, if that's where you want to come at it from. It's how it was done. These are people that up until this point, and even after this point, they kept with this talking point. Democracy is the most sacred thing ever. Trump is going to destroy your democracy. Can we vote for our candidate? No. I mean, it was literally such a bad look. But for the record, most people, I mean, Republicans joked about it. People who didn't like Harris joked about it, but the left didn't give a shit about that. There was nobody on the left that was going, I'm not voting for her because I didn't get to vote for her already. They all still turned out. They might have been mad about it or even said something about it, but they all still went and pulled the fucking lever for her. Which, are there even voting machines that still have the levers that you had to pull? I've never had to pull a lever when doing. Mine has always been just into a dot reader thing, like those standardized tests you used to have to take. But anyway, yeah, I don't know what these people are talking about. Chaos, thank you. There were three major points. The Biden debate, when Kamala caved and gave the first interview, it was downhill for her from there. And McDonald's. Yeah, again, I don't think Biden was all that as a candidate. Biden, the candidate, was not at all important to the final race. It just wasn't. If there was anybody who's like, I'm not voting for them because they didn't let me, we're not seeing it in the numbers. She got 74 million votes. Amish probably use lever voting machines. Maybe, possibly. Although those are still mechanical. Are they allowed to use that? Oh, yeah, they're just not allowed electronics, right? Anyhow, dude, I've never seen a lever voting booth before. You got to go look up the really old ones.
we started cold. There was no planning involved in any other candidates. I mean, we were honestly in crisis management mode of keeping.
You had a month to see what was going on with Biden, with almost everybody going, this motherfucker needs to drop out. And you guys waited until he actually did to even get a little bit ready. I don't believe you, sir.
President Biden
That, or you're worse at your job than I thought.
in the race. convincing, Democratic allies that he could still do this. And one of the things was trying to keep the president out on the road as much. We were still doing everything we could from a campaign, and he made the decision that he did not want to continue on. And he pulled some of the senior leadership together and said that he was going to be with the vice president. It also wasn't anything that our team took for granted to just say, okay, she's the nominee.
It's 100% something you guys took for granted. Who was the competition? Who seriously threw their hat in the ring? Everybody just stood back, and everybody knew that was what was going to happen. Joe Biden inadvertently forced their hand here by nominating her to be vice president in the first place. There is no way they could have even had, a shortened primary where they could vote for somebody else, because they could not take the first woman of color who's the VP and not make her the immediate candidate there, because the backlash would have been insane. Can you imagine if they did have a shortened primary, like, okay, everybody quickly go out there and vote, and a white man got the nomination? If they got rejected for the horrible person that the Democrats had already rejected back in 2019, it would have been a fucking, forgive the phrasing, bloodbath.
We knew that there was still a situation where we had to shore up delegates, and that's where we started from. And then after that point, that is when we begin to say, okay, how can we define her? Also, Trump's favorabilities numbers were creeping up, as Pluff said, and we had to do something about that as well. And so it was a lot of walking and chewing gum at the same time, but there really was no sort of contingency planning to.
It was, okay, it was walking and chewing gum at the same time. You realize people use that phrase, you couldn't walk and chew gum at the same time, because that's really easy to do. That's not a sign of, oh my God, this is so complicated. I honestly don't think these people pay any attention to the words they use. I really don't. And these are the people who help pick our political leaders. Jesus Christ.
Turn the race over to her right after that debate, or at any point until President Biden definitively said he wasn't going to continue on.
Stephanie, I think what probably surprised a lot of people in politics was the vice president was a largely unknown quantity to much of the electorate.
Mhm.
So you guys, under a very short time frame, had to do two things, as Quinn said.
Okay. It's true that a lot of people can't name their vice president, okay? But Kamala Harris is not just a vice president. This is in the modern world. There's a woman who got massive press when she announced her run for president in 2019. It's the biggest crowd ever at a campaign launch. Go look it up. That's a real story that was run on every fucking major news platform. If the people just look how many people showed up for her. And then she gets a ton of press because Biden picks her to be the VP when she shouldn't have been. That's the real mistake of this election for the Democrats, was her being picked as the VP in 2020. Should have never been her. But anyway, I'm so tired of this. Nobody knew she was an unknown quantity.
Said you had to teach people about her and also make a case against Donald Trump, who had just come off, he was at an all-time high, come off the assassination attempt, the debate against the president. In terms of messaging, how did you think about the balance between the two?
Well,
Before she can even answer, and by the way, we're in the part where I have no idea what's said from here on out. Well, I do know the little clip that'll be way up here. And if this part gets too boring to me, we might just, or sorry, it's right up here. But if this part gets too boring, we'll just jump ahead to there anyway. They didn't think about it. What they did instead, they did not try to define her at all. They wanted it very, very vague. And that was part of the problem. She would have done better if she had defined herself at all, which she didn't. She kept using vague terminology. I grew up in a middle-class household. Even after she stopped saying that, people were still saying she said it at everything. because she had talking points where you get to see Trump go out there or Vance go out there and just sit down with somebody like Joe Rogan and chat. That chat with JD Vance and Joe Rogan, the first half of it was really interesting. And then they get into some weird shit that I didn't care about. So it might be interesting to other people, but I got bored with it. It was humanizing. She never did anything humanizing. The closest she did was go on that Call Her Daddy podcast, where all it was, yes, you should be able to be hoary and scoop out your vagina so you don't have to have any responsibility for it. Anyway, let's hear the official answer.
The first thing we had to do is put on a convention, and we had about 3 weeks to flip a convention that was being built around Joe Biden.
We had to change the streamers. It's the Democratic National Convention. You didn't have to do anything for that. All you had to do was print up new signs. Print up new signs and have everybody change their campaign or their little speeches from Joe Biden to Kamala Harris. What part was weird with Vance and Rogan talking monkey? They start getting into the weeds about issues I don't care about, like the DMT, or it's not DMT. What is it? What's the psychedelic drug Joe wants vets to get? That's a perfectly fine thing for people to talk about. I just don't care about it.
So
Monkey doesn't care about vets. MDMA or MDA, whatever it is. I if it's something that's going to help them, by all means, yeah. But it's not a discussion I want to hear. It's not interesting to me. Good morning, Nuts. How you doing, sweetie?
we're able to flip it, to fit this very new character of a different generation, different experience, different background.
No, see, that's the part. This is where you guys fucked up. She tried playing that different generation thing, which you were just coming off of a president who would have been the oldest one in history if he got reelected. And you guys decided, as a cheap shot at Trump and to try to paint Trump as Biden, to go, I am a new leader for a new generation. Not like that guy we fed you a couple months ago. What fucking retard in your campaign thought that was a good idea? It makes no sense. It was your messaging that was bad. I mean, your message is bad too, but your messaging sucked.
And looking at the
You
data,
guys tried to do that stupid Brat Summer shit. That was your original thing. You guys remember this, right? That right after she announces, suddenly we have the Kamala is brat shit. And you're talking about going down another 2 generations for that. I'm the leader for your generation, 2 down from me. No, we're meme-tastic. And nobody bought it. Nobody bought it. The press was repeating it. We all made fun of it. But the people at home were like, what the fuck is this brat shit? Because nobody cared about that stupid shit.
at the time, which Jen and Pluff and Quentin have all talked about, she had a huge deficit in favorability.
She had a huge okay, you can't have it both ways. She can't both be an unknown quantity and have a low favorability rating. The favorability would be if they didn't know her, because that is an option in those. Do you have a favorable opinion of Kamala Harris? Yes, no, I don't know. Her low favorability was because people did know her more than probably any other vice president, except maybe Cheney, because they were desperate to make this woman a thing.
Because either people didn't know about her, or what they did know about her was based off of negative media.
Are you for real? Off of You mean the negative media that was telling us what a great person she was and how she was the greatest thing since sliced bread? Whose great grandfather owned slaves?
So our first priority was to define her in that convention.
And y'all went with Brat. You fucking retards. All right. These are political strategists. All they do is sit around and think about things like PR and how to define things. And they're making it sound like this was out of the blue. They had no idea that this was coming. There were no plans for her to run in 2028 if Joe Biden ran. Kamala Harris, thank you. Opened wine bottle. We did it, Joe. Chugs bottle of vodka. Showed them our power. Decants a whiskey flask. We're unburdened by what has been. Downs a six-pack. Middle class families rise up. Finally drinks the wine bottle. This was a perfect broadcast. I still can't believe she did that broadcast. Thank you, Kamala. Thank you. Oh, man.
Fill in her bio. As part of that,
You guys didn't fill in her bio, though. If you'd filled in her bio, you would have, talked about Willie Brown.
already knew how to do the negative on Trump, and we knew that there was a lot of Trumpnesia out there. People didn't.
Even that you guys fucked up. There's plenty you could have went after Trump for. You could have went after him for spending. Excuse me, I'm so sorry. For spending so much before the pandemic. You want to hit him with people in the middle? Hit him with how much money he was spending. I mean, yeah, there's good comebacks for that. Like he's, making deals with Congress to get his stuff, but it's still ultimately his responsibility. And instead, you fucking idiots were like, did y'all see January 6th? January 6th is a thing. January 6th is worse than Hitler. I mean, you guys could not have fucked this up more if you tried.
Remember the 4 years.
You had $1 billion and ended up in the hole. How the fuck did you do that?
Of the Trump administration that badly because they had been through hell. They had been through COVID, both under his watch.
Okay, I kind of stepped on her there. She said the term Trumpnesia, and they forgot how bad it was under Trump. No, sweetie. Remember, the bad years of Trump was just 2020. It's the pandemic. Until then, everything is going so well that you have people like Bill Maher. So you have people like Bill Maher actively begging for a fucking recession so that they could stop Trump. This is one of the things that they never got right in this campaign. You have an economy right now. Like, no, the economy's doing well. I can't afford bread. It's fine. And people remember when it was better because it wasn't that long ago. We're not talking about a decade ago. We're talking about 4 years prior. Thank you, Hyman. One upside camel toe had over Cheney. She didn't shoot her lawyer with birdshot. LOL. Sorry, I'm drunk. Nah, man, you enjoy yourself. Happy birthday, dude. These people just don't understand. And it's really weird to watch their thinking. And I am curious if they actually believe this bullshit or if this is because again, at the beginning of this, the guy says the Kamala campaign reached out to us and said they were ready to have this conversation. And to me, that sounds like they had a planning meeting and they're like, oh, this is the bullshit we're going to go with. So I do wonder if they believe their bullshit or if it's just the talking points they came up with a la Kamala.
Under President Biden's. I'm putting aside a lot of the details of who's at fault and what Biden did to dig us out and all of that. And then they had to deal with inflation. So they had been through hell. So looking back, you remember a previous time much more fondly because you've now think that you've gone through the worst. So we had to remind people.
Really? You remember that better time as though it was a better time. And Yeah, we had to remind people that the better time wasn't a better time. It's all in they don't have a checkbook history of it. They don't have their old bills that show how little they oh wait, no, they were posting that shit on Twitter.
what life was like. That was our second imperative. And then the third imperative, as part of the convention and leading into the remaining days of the campaign, is what's that choice? What are the two very different visions between?
And did you notice what she didn't say there? She didn't say give people something to vote for. These are the platforms we're running on. What we had to do was give her a personality. We had to tell people that the economy that was better under Trump wasn't really better under Trump. And then we had to tell people that they had to choose between these two different visions when we didn't give them one. Jesus fucking Christ.
Trump and Kamala
These people get paid hundreds of thousands of dollars for this shit.
Harris. So the convention, it demonstrated a lot of enthusiasm for
It didn't.
Kamala Harris, a lot of
No, it didn't. Stop. This is the lie that the media told. Go back and watch. Go back and watch the Republican convention and then go watch the Democratic convention. The Republican convention, even the media had to go, yeah, everybody here seems really excited. So when the convention comes around for the Democrats and it's Kamala Harris, they're like, look, everybody's just as excited as they were for Trump. And it is the most fake audience please clap sign lighting up bullshit that I have seen in a long time, masquerading as genuine enthusiasm. There was no enthusiasm there. No, we did a really good job. I can't believe you people do this for a living. I need to send out resumes, guys. I really do.
freshness, future oriented, bringing a variety of coalitions together. We had independents, Republicans, Democrats.
We had the Cheneys.
Business leaders, sports figures, everybody coming together around a new way forward and finally turning the page.
A new way forward and turning the page without being able to criticize anything that has already happened. This is another major mistake they made there. Another major mistake. It's a new way forward. What are you going to do different? Nothing. But I'm going to do all these things. Why didn't you do them already? Oh, because it's, I'm talking about going forward. It was such a Sybil-esque campaign. Schizophrenic. How many of you guys even know the movie Sybil anymore? Yeah, it was such a schizophrenic campaign. It was all over the fucking place. The speech at the Ellipse really was a good package of what her whole campaign was. It was entirely asinine. It was disjointed, contradictory, and that's what her whole campaign was.
So, through the rest of that campaign, our next thing was the debate just a few weeks later, and it was boom, 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 all the way through probably early October after the Walz debate, that we had to move through these things so quickly. Once we got through all of that, then the race started to gel. And, to the extent people were open to remembering.
Why is that bitch wearing a couch? That is that fabric. I knew people back in the 80s. That's what their couch looked like. I don't mean to judge. You guys know I can't help myself when it comes to fashion because look, I'm not high fashion, but I see some things I'm like, come on, that looks stupid. Chaos, thank you. When people say joy as much as they did at the DNC, they're either desperate or in a cult. Yeah. They tried convincing us that look how joyful they all are. Hey, my couch looked like that. For a couch, it's not horrible. I'm a bit 70s-esque, but why you would wear it as a jacket?
What life was like under Trump, we were trying to fill that in. To the extent people had questions about Kamala Harris, we were still trying to fill that in. So in 100.
If only there were, I don't know, literally thousands, maybe even millions of podcasts she could have gone on, or I don't know, major news networks she could have gone on and given. We were trying to define her, and we were doing that by hiding her. She could have gone out there, and any good candidate would have immediately been on television, would immediately been out there letting people know who they were. But remember, this is a candidate who is so bad at being around people. They had to do a mock dinner party so she could get ready to go to a dinner party. They had to practice eating and talking to people. What fucking retard thought this would be the person you should run? You know, if I'm a Democrat, and I'm not because I have brain cells and they work, I would be so pissed at everybody in the Democratic Party for forcing Kamala. And I'm not talking about forcing Kamala as the presidential pick, because at that point their hands were tied. I would be pissed at the DEI pick of Kamala back in 2020. Joe Rogan was offering free advertising. Absolutely. But remember, that comes later. She's talking right now about the early stages. That first month, she did no media. None. Not even like an interview with a magazine.
107 days, what typically takes us a year and a half, 2 years in a presidential campaign. We were defining someone who was wholly undefined from the start, trying to remind people about the opponent and what life was like underneath him, and also take into account what the political environment was.
All right. For the record, I paused that a lot. But that's the third time she's repeated the same talking point in this answer. She clearly had a lot of influence on Kamala during the campaign. Jesus Christ.
And the realities that we had to deal with, which, she was the incumbent, but she really wasn't the incumbent. People didn't know that much about her. The economy was still slightly getting better, but we couldn't really take credit for it. So we were in a bit of a crossroads trying to figure out what that October messaging and closing messaging would look like.
You shouldn't have been worried about your closing messaging at the beginning of it. All of those things that you mentioned, let's just say all of that is true. She was undefined. Why were you hiding her? Why were you hiding her? Wholly undefined, we had her 2019 debate videos with Gabbard dunking on her. Yeah. They make it sound like they picked this bitch up off the street and nobody knew who she was. No, she was the vice president who had already run for president and who kept getting pushed out. And this is my border czar and my Mideast czar and my getting me some ice cream czar. They're acting like, again, this is the 1800s, right? We had little bit of time, so little time. You can get your message out in a single tweet. You could get your message out in a single interview. And you guys hid because you knew she was a bad candidate. That can be the only real thing that you can point to. I think they spent that first month having practice sessions of talking with reporters. And that is why when it came time for her to actually talk to reporters, she just kept hitting the same talking points over and over, often completely ignoring the question that was asked. Completely ignoring it. She was treating it like a debate. We know they're going to ask about this, so you're going to give this answer. She had a script and she stuck to it. There was no getting to know her. There was no humanizing moments, because I'm pretty sure she's not human. If I ever was going to believe in lizard people, it would be because of Kamala Harris. She really does come off like Starman, or what was that little girl on the robot? She was a little robot on the TV show. She came out like Data, like she's trying to figure out what humanity is. Like, what? Wait, that's humor? Why are you making that sound? She didn't come off as a person. I think that's why she hid for that first month. because they were just in there doing session after session of, well, this is what an interview is going to be like, and these are the answers you give. And so she just gave the script.
There was a sort of a debate outside of your campaign that the primary and most important thing to do was to educate voters about Kamala Harris, and that voters sort of knew all they needed to know about Trump. I take it you guys disagreed with that analysis and you felt a need to at least knock his numbers down a little bit. Is that right?
Of course. I mean, that is nonsense. So first of all, back to where the question you were talking to Stephanie about. Kamala Harris.
Oh my God, he just did the thing. He's asked a question and he gives a nonsensical answer. And then back to the other question. Wow. I mean, huh? Does that not sum up her campaign? Does literally, even at the debate, which she totally won, couldn't answer a single fucking question. So I missed the drunk video. Yes, you did, Ebony. You can go back to the beginning and watch it real fast. I think that part was only like 15 minutes long because there's, if even that, because there wasn't that much to really say about it. Small wonder, Vicky. Yeah, that's the one I was thinking of.
Started this race, if I recall, with favorable 33 to 35. She ended it at 48. She actually ended the election with a higher approval rating than Donald Trump. I'm not sure someone's won the presidency with a lower approval rating. So I think as people got to know her, they liked her.
What, bruh? I don't know what polls you were looking at. Most people, the more they heard of Kamala, the more they hated her. It's why she dropped out in 2019, despite wasting $40 million that time.
I think her approval rating now post-election is north of 50. That was really hard work. And I will say that
okay, for argument's sake, let's say that's true. It's not, but let's say it's true that Kamala Harris is just, everybody loves her. She's so great. What does it say about your campaign that you spent all that time making people like her and it worked, instead of spending that same amount of time pushing her policies and getting people to like those? Other than you knew the policies weren't popular to begin with, that they were worse than her 30% approval rating. People liked her. I'm telling you, I did my job. See, this is a job interview. This is what this is. This is for people down the line going, hey, we got to hire somebody for the campaign. Hey, this guy got Kamala's favorability ratings up. Oh my God. All right.
You know, think about if Kamala Harris had come out of a process that was traditional, running in and winning a primary, so maybe become the nominee March or April. You know, you spend a month, 6 weeks on your biography. You keep coming back to it. You define.
No, the problem there is, this is true in politics. You can look it up. It's why you have people during the campaign, the primary campaign, going so far to their base. Things they would never say in a general election. You find that stuff out in the primary. It's why you guys should really pay attention to primaries. When the general election comes around, most of that shit is gone. Suddenly there's a heel turn towards the middle, and all the red meat that you had for your base, you've already won your base. You're the nominee for the major party, so you don't have to play to them anymore. So you start playing to the middle. This idea that, oh man, they would have just liked her more. They would have liked her more. That's if you actually think she would have won an open primary, a real primary. And other than being VP, we've already seen how she did in the primary. She couldn't get to the fucking starting line because people heard her speak. They saw her doing the weird dances and trying to set herself up as the cool chick who, look how brat I am before brat's a thing. Every time she spoke, people were like, ugh. She went up there and called Joe Biden a racist, which I agree with. He's old school racist. And then got just beat down by Tulsi over her record. You remember that thing you guys hid the whole time and then tried to pretend, no, she's tough on crime. Yeah, if you're a black guy who smoked pot. If you're a pedophile, not so much.
Find the Trump first term, you raise the stakes of what a Trump second term would be like. You have like a month just to run paid advertising.
Wait, did you catch what he just said there? You raise the stakes of what a second Trump term would look like. So lie, which they did. And a lot of people believe it. You made a whole bunch of women cry, dude. You're bullshit fear-mongering. You remember her lip speech where she said you need to stop that stuff? You made women cry. You made guys dressed as women cry. You should feel bad about yourself right now.
On things like housing and your tax cut. So this is where there was a price to be paid for the short campaign.
No, there wasn't.
And you can't even say 107 days because to Quentin's point, some of that was spent shoring up the Democratic nomination.
No, it wasn't. Everybody knew as soon as she got in, she was going to be the nominee. What the fuck are you talking? Why are you guys lying about this shit? It was a foregone conclusion. If Biden backs out, Kamala would be the nominee. There was no getting around that. What the fuck are you talking about? Seriously, we got 286 people watching here on YouTube. Sorry, I can't see the number on Rumble. How many of you guys honestly thought somebody other than Kamala would be the nominee if Joe dropped out? Exactly, Nuts. You know me. I am a feminist. Think of the women. You made women cry. How dare you, sir? How dare you?
Then you really have to have said everything you want to say by the time people start voting early. So we had a little more than 2 months to do bio, contrast on the economy, on healthcare, raising the stakes of Trump. So yes, when you have a race.
Okay. Again, raising the stakes on Trump. You could have cut out the lying part. Just don't lie. And that would have saved you some time. Donald Trump is going to use the military against people who disagree with him. That was a lie. And you spent a bunch of time on that. Why? Why weren't you out there defining these great policies that made everybody love her? Sure. I honestly wasn't sure the DNC has stolen nominations from people before. There was no way it couldn't have been Harris. They painted themselves into a DEI corner. It had to be her. Same as if Biden would have run and won in 28, it was Harris's. Do you know the odds in modern times of a VP not getting the nomination? How many VPs have we had that have run? George H.W. Bush, Al Gore. Biden, but he wasn't the VP at the time. It just tends to go to the VP. Doesn't mean they'll win the general election. Dangerous Spaces, thank you. There was so little enthusiasm for Kamala, it could be seen at the DNC. The excitement on the final night was for a potential special guest appearance by Beyonce, not for the presidential candidate. That's a good point, Dangerous. That is a very, very good point.
Where you've got the current incumbent president with approval ratings of, let's say, 38 to 40. Never in history have we had this before, at least since, I guess, Grover Cleveland. So once you have a former president running where 48 to 51% of the people approve of his first term, and people are dissatisfied with the direction of the country, you have to raise the stakes of what a second term would be like. So
do you see what he just accidentally said? We are so bad. Trump's first term was so good compared to ours that we had to lie. Sorry, raise the stakes. He's getting to his closest approximation of the truth here. We had to raise the stakes, lie, about Trump because people hated the direction of the country. That's why we came up with a slogan, A New Way Forward, which made no sense with the rhetoric we were saying. This is part of the problem with politicians and political advisors and stuff. They're just liars. How many of you guys have worked in a big corporation? And I mean, as even being a cashier at Walmart, this is the kind of corporate lying that goes on. these people, hey, I'm convinced that that's what college does to people. Besides make them stupid, it turns them into liars, and bad ones at that. Because goddamn, man, we had to raise the stakes. We had to the Project 2025.
I think for us, we spent much more time trying to raise the stakes of a second term than re-arbitrating the first, because voters just weren't open to that.
Because you see this, hey, dude, that's a tell. We tried making them think Trump's first term sucked, and they were not open to that. Yeah, because they were there, and they have Sat, knock it off. I'm trying to rant here, and you're making me laugh. Different kind of stakes. You guys had to go out there and lie, because if you'd admitted that Trump did things right, that things were better under Trump, well, he's going to win in a walk. So your answer was, let's lie. You guys could have went with, hey, things have been rough, but there was going to be a little bit of pain before we get to the promised land. Nothing is easy. Nothing is easy, but we're getting there. Things are getting better. And instead, what you guys went with is, Trump's going to kill you. Because his term was so good the first time that your messaging that it sucked just didn't work. How are you paid for this? Seriously, if you donated to the DNC or to the Kamala campaign specifically, this is what your money went to. You can give it to me. It'll have the same impact on the election, and you won't be lied to.
So that's why pointing out, his tariff and what that would mean in terms of a huge sales tax for the American people, the fact that
See, lie. That's not a huge sales tax. Hey, they try to do this. You can, if you want to say it's effectively a sales tax, fine. What you know what you guys should have done? Honestly, instead of calling it a sales tax, you should have said it would cause inflation. You guys are all worried about inflation. Trump's plan is going to cause inflation. And you guys couldn't bring yourself to say it because you were so afraid of the word of inflation. It wouldn't be a sales tax. It would be inflationary. You fucking retard. You had a perfect talking point in an election where people are worried about inflation. And you guys went with sales tax. Sure, why not?
that he's more unhinged. He wants unchecked power. Project 2025 ended up being about as popular as the Ebola virus.
Did you hear them laugh at that? Project 2025 wasn't a Trump thing. This is another thing you guys screwed up. Sorry, my heater just kicked on. If you guys can hear that, I apologize. It's cold. Democrats, thank you. We're not lying. We're just bending the hell out of the closest approximation of the truth. Fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, it was less popular than the Ebola virus. God, you guys are annoying as fuck. I would have went with it was as popular as Diddy beating women. Go with something a little funnier than Ebola virus. Shit, dude. But do you see in hindsight how trying to tie something to Trump that he had nothing to do with, the closest you could come was a guy who works at Heritage told Trump that he had some ideas. And you're like, that's totally makes this is Trump's thing. What? How do you guys not get how you fucked up here? How do you not get it? And by the way, I was telling you guys this throughout the election. I want to address that real quick because this came up over on Twitter again. Some idiot is arguing with me because I keep telling people to stop acting like Democrats. And I'm like, no, you need to act like the Democrats because that's what the Democrats do. You need to be a petty piece of shit like they are. Those fucking assholes. You need to be just like those fucking assholes. And I'm like, no, you don't need to be like that. And it was over January 6th. And I pointed out, like, I called that before it happened. I told you guys what would happen if they went to the Capitol on January 6th and shit got out of hand, and I even told you, even if it's not planned, a mob is easy to rile up, and how it would be received in the press and how they'd come after you with the legal profession. And that's not me being psychic or all that smart. It's just paying attention. I wasn't able to tell this idiot here that trying to label Trump as some kind of mass murderer for having different opinions was a bad idea because I'm super smart. It's because it's a stupid idea when all you have to do is go look up what he actually fucking said. God Rady, thank you. Left you a chat message. Read it if you want. Nessie, where did you leave the message? Is it just here in chat? If it is, I'll have to check it out at another time. Let me scroll up. Let me see. Pronouns should be their name. The whole he, she, they is bullshit. That would be an adjective because it modifies a noun pronoun. So if they do use them as a pronoun, they are calling themselves objects. Well, it depends on which way you're using it, but I take your point. And that's regarding what we were talking about yesterday. All right.
So we did a lot of good work there. And now, of course, the son of a bitch lied about it, and he's hiring everybody who authored it. Project 2025 is going to be the Trump administration agenda, as we pointed out. So we had to do that. So if we...
Is that true? Has he hired everybody who wrote? Remember, Project 2025 is not just... it's not an agreed upon thing written by one person. Each chapter is a different person giving their idea on whatever they were talking about at the time. At least this would be closer to the truth, but here's the reality of Project 2025. And even if these guys get elected or confirmed after Trump is sworn in, that could even be their goal, but it doesn't make it Trump's goal, and their goals don't matter compared to his. He's hired one person linked to Project 2025. Yeah, there you go. So see, they can't even stop lying now. No, you need to be afraid. What point are you trying to make here with this? I told you it's all the 2025s are coming true. What are you accomplishing there with that lie? Other than to try to scare the shit out of people and maybe make them rise up. And I'm being serious here. What is the point of that? Is it just an I told you so? Because if so, that wouldn't explain why you're lying about it. Anyhow.
He had just run a race solely on Kamala Harris positives, though we did a lot of that on what Kamala Harris wants to do on the economy. We did a lot of that. It's worth reminding your listeners who live in California, New York, or Alabama or Florida, you're not experiencing the presidential race as it's experienced in Pennsylvania, Michigan, North Carolina. We spent a lot of time, she spent a lot of time driving a core economic message. But in our view,
she really didn't. She gave a lot of platitudes. And that's a weird thing.
That was not enough. When you've got someone whose first term was judged favorably enough by enough people to give him the election, and people are dissatisfied about where you are now, and you're part of that administration, you have to basically raise the stakes. And for us, it was...
No, you didn't. You could explain how you were going to make things better. And look, for all the people who say, I don't like negative politics, that's bullshit. Negative politics works. It always has. It's why it's done. Despite everybody saying, I don't like negative politics. It's kind of like drama, right? Like nobody likes drama, but everybody tunes in to see whatever the popular show is that day. Gladiator's my favorite movie. I hate drama. Really? Anyway, negative politics works, and you do have to do some of that. But this is the problem that you guys ran into with your raising the stakes mantra that you have going on here, is that we had Trump's first term to look at. You guys tried, maybe not you specifically, but Democrats tried this shit in 2016. You had gay people convinced they were going to be put in concentration camps. You had people convinced that Trump was going to ban Muslims from the country. You told all of these lies already. And then you turn around and we had to raise the stakes. And you tell these same lies when we have an actual example to look at of how he would lead. How did nobody in your fucking campaign get that?
Was on the economy. It was on the fact that all the people who stood in his way last time were warning us about him. It was about Project 2025. It was about abortion. And, you know, I think we did a good job of that based on.
Of course you do. I told you it's a job interview. He couldn't say, yeah, that was a mistake, which is what you should be doing. This is what I was talking about earlier when somebody with the donation from, I think it was Dark, who's like, it was Ultranaut. If I did this at my job, and I fucked up and then gave a speech about how I fucked up, I'd get fired. No. If you told the truth, they'd be like, yeah, this is what he screwed up, learn, and we'll move on. He thinks he did a good job. He thinks that was a well-run campaign. It would have been so great if we just had more time to run this really shitty campaign of ours. How can you be like this? How do you think this is going to help you in the future? All somebody has to do, like, okay, are we going to hire? I forget this guy's name. Are we going to hire Glippy? I don't know his fucking name. And they come here and look at this and go, he said they ran a good campaign. Oh yeah, fire that fucker. No, he's not allowed within 100 feet of this campaign. In fact, if you see him, have him arrested. He is literally a soldier of their ideology. I mean, they all are, but you can be a soldier of your ideology and admit that you made mistakes when you're selling that ideology, right? They can still believe that cutting off the titties of 12-year-old girls is a good idea when there's nothing physically wrong with them. But maybe you need a better way of saying it. Maybe you can admit that lying that it doesn't happen when there's doctors on video talking about how they've done it. Maybe that's not the lie to tell. Maybe a different lie. I think it's good that they're getting worse at propaganda. I really do. I think it's blowing up in the left's face right now. But just from an intellectual level, how can you be this fucking stupid?
On our data, but we had to stay on that. So I think that is an incredibly faulty reading, that what we should have done is just lift up Kamala Harris. We clearly did.
Nobody said you should just lift up Kamala Harris. See, he's strawmanning here right now. I think it's incredibly wrong that we should have just lift. Nobody said that. Who said anything like that? You're getting back to a question that wasn't asked.
Her favorability rating increased by, I believe, 15 points. If you look at who do you trust more to look out for people like your family, who do you think is going to fight for the middle class? Huge progress for Kamala.
Kamala lost. Who's going to fight for the middle class in those polls? Can you name the last time a Democrat lost that? She did great on that. What? Are you for fucking real?
Kamala Harris. Even on crime and immigration, we were able to make double-digit progress. So we were very focused on lifting her up.
Those must have been Des Moines Register polls.
But to win a race like this, given the political atmospherics, which were quite challenging, we had to raise the risk of a Trump second term.
No, you didn't. Oh, fuck. You could have just put it out. These are our ideas, and here's why his ideas are bad. And you guys didn't. You never went with why his ideas were bad, except for, sales tax. You had to lie about it at every turn. He's going to literally put you guys in camps. He's going to use the military against people who just disagree with. He said bloodbath. You could have pointed out why he was wrong about the bloodbath thing instead of lying and saying that he was going to kill people. Did that ever cross your tiny little mind? This is why, as much as we make jokes around here about tiny girl brains, having a bigger male brain doesn't necessarily help.
Jen, you guys were obviously operating in a very, very tough political environment. Incumbent president, very low approval ratings, as Pluff mentioned, wrong track, right track, approval of the economy, all very challenging.
That's being so diplomatic. Very challenging. No, they were bad. It was very, very bad. She literally plagiarized Trump's no tax on tips. I know, but pay no attention to that shit because they did a great job.
He also,
yeah, and when you're talking about her approval rating going up, a lot of that came from things that she directly stole from Trump. You know, the guy whose next term is going to be worse than the first one.
in at least the public polling, huge desire for change, right? Frustration with the status quo, not just
At least in the public polling. I don't feel like you need that qualifier there. People wanted change, and that was in all the polling, including the internals from both camps. But sure, at least in the public polling. And how did none of you guys get this going into it? A new way forward from the chick who's doing the same stuff.
that's here in the United States. We've seen that across the world since COVID. Challenging place to be if you were the vice president to the unpopular.
This is the part that I saw on Twitter that made me want, just as an aside here, that made me want to watch this and respond. Anyway, look, if people want a new way forward, that's across the globe, you guys, across the globe. And I don't remember if it's already happened or if it comes up in this point here, but they bring up that maybe it was in a different one of their videos I watched, but that since COVID, a lot of the parties that were in power have lost power. And it just seems like people want some kind of change. That is completely irrelevant to what happened in the United States. If you want to point to that, you should point to the authoritarian policies that came out of COVID and the left across the world jumping right on board, man. Like, yes, we need to be as authoritarian as possible. If people speak about this, they should be locked up. Get fucked. If you do want to make that point, I mean, there is a point to be made there, but it's not because they tried to blame it on COVID, and it wasn't because of COVID. It was the reaction of COVID that caused that.
Incumbent president. Felt like much of the convention, as Stephanie mentioned, was trying to make her a change candidate, talk about turning the page. Can you talk a little about how you tried to do that and whether you think she could or should have done more to distance herself from President Biden? Something that I think, as evidenced by the answer on The View, she was at least personally uncomfortable with.
Okay. I'm going to answer this before this chick can. Could she have? Yes, absolutely. It wouldn't have been that hard, especially the question from The View, because the question from The View wasn't, do you think Biden did everything right? The question was, is there anything you do differently? And it's okay to admit mistakes. Now, I realize some people might think that's contradictory because I tell you, no, just because somebody admits a mistake doesn't make them a good person or anything, but that's people who keep making the same mistake over and over. If you admit your mistakes and like, yeah, I fucked up here. She couldn't even do that with her own rhetoric from 2019. Remember that the big commercial, like Donald Trump, he spent $20 million showing everybody that I said trans criminals should have their junk cut off on the taxpayer's dime. Do you still believe that? Even that happened under Donald Trump, and she couldn't even say, yeah, I fucked up. I was wrong. But when it comes to the Biden administration, she was asked by Sonny, what, if anything, would you have done differently? And her answer was, I can't think of anything. Nothing. No mistakes. No fucking mistakes. I think even Biden would admit mistakes were made. Well, maybe not Biden because he is an egotistical dementia patient, but most people would be able to look at the last 4 years of their lives and pick out one goddamn thing you've done wrong in there. No, I've nothing different. Nothing. Those 13 soldiers who died in Afghanistan, I would have done that exactly the same. the massive spending that caused inflation that hit 40-year highs, probably 100-year highs if we did it the old way. No, that's great. Letting the world know we're a bunch of pussies, leading to Putin going into Ukraine as we kept pushing for a dumbass policy to get Ukraine in NATO. Yeah, that's a great idea. Nothing? You couldn't pick one goddamn thing? And this is a question she'd already been asked many times in different ways at this point. Could she have? Absolutely. Maybe we should have planned for this better. There you go. There's an answer right there. We should have planned this better. We didn't take this into account. Something, for fuck's sake. Should she have? 100% if she wanted to win. Yes, 100%. How is that part even a question? Should she have?
Well, yeah, I mean, look, first of all, I think people, when they vote for president, want to vote about the future. And they saw in the vice president someone they didn't know a lot about a background. So, who she was, what she stood for, what she did as vice president. So in every step of what we were trying to do, we had to tell a pretty robust story in one ad or one policy rollout or one event that you don't often have to do because of the time we were in.
No, that is stuff that you have to do every time you're running. You have to lay out your message, and whether it's the whole message or you're giving a part of a message, because let's say you're going on Telemundo, so you got to talk about how you're going to do things for the Latino community, or whether you're going on to, say, I don't know, Kudlow's show, and you're going to talk about the intricacies of your economic policy. You have to be able to go out there and give your message all the time. You didn't have to do that specially because you were in a shortened race. That's fucking retarded. But the future's hypothetical. Exactly, Mr. Hugh. How many times did we hear her just in that one interview? Was it 3 times where she was asked a question? Maybe it was 4. That was the NBC interview. Like, I'm not going to answer hypotheticals. And she started using that in several different interviews. I'm not going to. How will you do things in the future? I'm not going to answer hypotheticals. But hypothetically, if Trump wins, he's going to get you killed. The contradictions in that campaign. Look, contradictions are a part of politics. They just are. And I wish they weren't. I really do. But I have never seen a campaign as contradictory as hers. It was just so bad. So very bad.
But I do think that we really focused from the get-go on how she was different than everyone else, different than Joe Biden.
Her answer to how she was different than Joe Biden was literally saying, I'm not Joe Biden. Clearly, I'm not Joe Biden. I'm a different person. That is not. The question is ideologically, how are you different? You shouldn't have to point that part out. I will not answer hypotheticals. That's what a policy platform is. Yeah, exactly, Dangerous. She literally went the Pelosi route of we'll tell you what's in it after we voted for it. Anyway, sorry. Oh God, these people drive me insane. It offends me that this bitch gets paid for what she does. It absolutely offends me that the people that they brought in here spent other people's money to do their job this badly. Do I need to bring up the Venn diagram? Stop it.
And different than Donald Trump. And at the end of the day, the choice was her versus Donald Trump. And at the same time, she was very clear that she was a new.
All right. Before she gets on to what Kamala was clear about. Nuts. Exactly. She ran on but Trump. Yeah. We watched a lot of Kamala on this show. For those of you who are watching along, or if you watched it somewhere else, on a scale from 1 to 10, 1 being the lowest, 10 being the highest, how clear was she about anything? And I'm not being mean here. We went over it just the utter insanity of her speaking. It was, how do you say you did that she was clear? -10. There you go. There was nothing clear about her candidacy. Again, her lip speech was contradictory.
Donald Trump. And at the same time, she was very clear that she was a new generation of leadership, but it wasn't just like a statement. It was
literally just a statement. That would like me be coming out and going, my dick goes down to my knees. No, I'm not going to show you. It totally goes down to my knees. But it's not just a statement. It's not just a statement. By the way, guys, that's not true at all. But I said it and I told you so. That's not just a statement, even though it's just a statement. Can anybody show me a single thing that she did other than declaring that she was brat, where she showed she was for a new generation? She didn't just say it. She absolutely just said it. Hanging out with rock stars from the fucking 80s and SNL cast from the 90s. I work for a new generation. For real? All right. No, we really thought that was true. I had you going, didn't I, P-Dog? Didn't I?
Here's
Boogie
what
Nights,
I
baby.
need to focus on. Her first policy announcements were economic, talking about housing, talking about lowering costs, understanding that people really didn't feel like things were progressing in the way that they wanted to.
I will give them that. That's as specific as they ever got, was the $25,000. That, my friend P-Dog will point out, wasn't for first-time home buyers. It was for first-time home buyers whose families had never owned a home, going back to like the Mayflower. She never told us how she'd pay for that shit. What little she did give us in specifics, she couldn't articulate in a decent way.
Right track, wrong track data, but how she brought her own point of view to thinking about housing. Sandwich generation, that was probably her biggest applause line, one of the best testing things that we did. That wasn't a poll tested, let's work on this poll thing. Thinking about housing. Sandwich generation, that was probably her biggest applause line, one of the best testing things that we did.
Biggest applause line, best testing that we did.
That wasn't a poll tested, let's
best testing we did that wasn't poll tested. That was in the same sentence. That's a comma. I'm starting to understand how Kamala got the nomination. Holy shit. How do you say those two things back to back?
Work on this poll, this data to tell us this is the right issue we should go talk about. That was about her life and also understanding what people in the country were really needing. So,
all right. How many of you guys can tell me about her life? Her actual life. Not, I grew up in a middle-class household. Don't fucking say that shit. But how many of you guys can tell me about her life that you got from a mainstream media source or that you got from her campaign? This stuff about her, growing up middle class is a lie, by the way. She grew up rather rich. How many of you guys knew that she even spent quite a bit of time in Canada? How many of you guys knew that? Yeah, there you go, Montel. How many of you guys knew she dated Montel, or that she got her first job in politics by fucking a married guy? From the mainstream media or her campaign, not from me. She was born a poor black child in the South. Yes, she was. Yes, she was. From her very rich parents.
I think that in a 107-day race, it is very difficult to do.
This is their talking point. Is it? Hey, we could have done better. We just didn't have time. No, you had a bad candidate, a bad platform, and a bad campaign strategy. And if you can't admit that, even if you want to say, oh, we only had 107 days, well, then you clearly fucked up with that 107 days. You should have been able to do this.
all the things you would normally do in a year and a half, 2 years. But I think
I learned she went to Canada when Rogan mentioned it once in an offhand comment. Yeah, because they weren't trying to define her. They were lying about her upbringing.
wherever we had an opportunity.
Remember when she talked about small business and she understood small business because a friend of her mom's owned one? When she was a child. And I'm sure she sat down with that lady and had extensive discussions about inventory, overhead, pricing. I understand small business. A friend of my mom's had one. Yeah, that really defines your candidate.
The vice president did put her own stamp on this and did it in a deeper way than I think probably we got the kind of full breadth of coverage on it. Of course,
One of the biggest issues for the Kamala campaign is there was no depth. There was no depth to it. The closest they came to depth was, I will buy your vote with your own money. All right. I mean, who do you think from the left would have stood a good chance running against Trump, Monkey? Honestly, I think Newsom probably would have done much, much better. Would he have won? Maybe. It has to be somebody that doesn't have as much coverage as somebody like Kamala has, despite all their nonsense here. You have a shortened campaign, so you can probably sneak through a lot of the opposition research that happens. I don't know, because it's really hard to say, because you have to see him in the environment of running a campaign. But just on paper, Newsom definitely could have. Maybe Wolf out of Pennsylvania. I mean, he's been out of the spotlight for a couple of years, but God, I honestly don't know. I think this was Trump's to win. I think it was Trump's to win, to be honest. But I think they could have still done better, if that makes sense. I think Kamala could have done much better if she had me as her advisor instead of these idiots. Shapiro, no, he's too much of an unknown quantity. Mighty Balzac, thank you. Grits and collard greens in the bathtub, yo. Yes. And let's just state the obvious here. There were a whole bunch of Democrats who were not going to vote for Shapiro because his name is Shapiro. That's why he wasn't picked as a VP. That's why they went with limp-wristed Walls, Mr. Tampon over there.
First, when you have a administration that a lot of progress has been made and you're
sure, yeah, a lot of progress on getting prices raised.
Part of that progress, it's complicated when you're asked questions in certain ways, but at the end of the day, I think she really, every time she turned talked to a voter, every time she was out on the stump, she really leaned into her own vision. But the headwinds were tough. I will also, though, add, of course, we lost. So I'm not here to say that didn't happen. We would much rather not have that happen. But where she campaigned, we did way better than the rest of the country.
Where she campaigned, we did way better than the rest of the country. It's almost the opposite of the Hillary thing, because she spent all of her time in the Midwest, where Hillary's like, we don't need to go to flyover country. Here's the problem. It doesn't matter if you guys campaign there or not. Your values are out of touch with most Americans. And by most Americans, you might even win the popular vote because California exists, but your normal people and the rest, notice how red the map looks when you look at it. I mean, what is it, like 3/4 of the United States are red states? You're out of touch with those folks. You can spend all the time you want there. She did better than we thought she would do. Is not she did good. Wait, she made about 16 stops in Pennsylvania and lost. Yeah, but she did better than they thought she was going to do. That is a line they've already said here. The weird guy with his face way too close to the camera. I like when that guy talks, because when he's done, you can just see how beaten down he is. He looks down and away from the camera.
The country. And Donald Trump did worse, to the point that you were just talking about with Pluff. The idea that people have
There's a weird jump cut there, and there's several of them throughout this episode, and I don't know why they did them. I don't know what Pluff is or what she's talking about with Trump did worse. Trump was expected to lose the popular vote, and by most polling, probably lose the race itself. I get that your own internals weren't saying that, but I really don't understand. Muggy Newsom is worse than Camel Toe. He signed more crazy laws, so probably same results. It's going to be the same result because of the economy, stupid. Not calling you stupid, but the old Clinton line, or actually the Carville line. But Newsom, one, there would be massive press coverage for him, right? He's a brand new quantity. He's a golden boy in their circles. Yeah, there's a lot of really bad bills that he signed, but most of them would be hidden. And it's going to be stuff that will be talked about on social media. But remember, a lot of people still get all of their fucking information from the mainstream sources.
just a well-constructed, already baked in idea about Trump, and they don't need to learn anymore. It's just complete fallacy. I mean, his numbers are stronger today than they have ever been.
Yeah.
And that was critical for us. And we also believe this race.
His numbers are better than they've ever been. And that just showed that we had to spend all of our time beating down on him. Oh, all right.
Was not just about Kamala Harris. It was Kamala Harris versus Donald Trump. And we had to set that choice and that frame up. And I think that we were able to.
No. Because as the incumbent, which she was, because she's the incumbent vice president, your job was not just Kamala versus Trump. It was Kamala and the administration that she tied herself so tightly to versus Donald Trump. You guys did that yourselves. She owed Joe Biden nothing at that point. All right. Even if you want to say, oh, out of loyalty, she could. No. You're running to be president of the United States. You think that, I swear to God, say logical fallacy again. Fucking fallacies. I lost my point because somebody said fallacy in chat. God damn it. Oh, you guys tied yourself. You think that Donald Trump is going to throw people into camps, that Project 2025 is going to come real. And your best answer for why she couldn't go against Biden and say no, that there were mistakes made, this is what I would do differently, is loyalty to Biden. Give me another reason, except she was going to do things exactly the same way, as she moved in a new way forward. I mean, come on. They should have known she had a bad pick as VP to begin with. Well, again, they are so mad about Hillary losing, so mad about her losing, that they found Hillary 2.0 in 2019. That's what Kamala is. She's Hillary 2.0. It's her turn now. And they had to force through this DEI bullshit. So that's what they did. And they painted themselves into a DEI corner. It's really what happened here. Anybody who paid attention to her 2019 campaign knew that she was never going to go higher than senator. And the fact that the Democrats didn't get that is amazing. But they so desperately wanted their woman president that they twisted Biden. I guarantee you Biden did not want her as his VP. This is a woman. This is a man who has built his whole career lying about how much he was involved in the civil rights movement. I went and sat on a porch with some black people. Careful, Joe. Careful with the porch. And I stood up to the people who were protesting them living in the house. And Kamala gets up on a stage and calls this man a racist. You think that egotistical motherfucker who blew his 1988 campaign because somebody questioned his intelligence when they didn't even do that. And so he tells a fucking whopper of a lie. You think he was okay picking the woman who called him a racist as his VP? Tulsi Gabbard's a woman. Why didn't Biden pick her? Because Tulsi Gabbard became persona non grata when she supported Bernie in 2016. Everybody was supposed to get on board with Hillary, and the Clintons are nothing if not vindictive. Mike Balzac, thank you. Fun fact, Biden is still president. That's not a fun fact. That is not a fun fact at all. He should be 25th. We still have time to do it, y'all. I don't care that it would make Kamala the first woman president. In fact, it would make me so happy, actually, if the first woman president came because a man had to step aside. Seriously, do it. Kick him out so that she can be the president, and I don't have to hear about the first woman president anymore. And she's immediately removed.
To anywhere we campaign in all 7 of these states, where Donald Trump, by the way, campaigned too. He did worse and we did better. And we did make real progress against these national headwinds. If in every other state but the battle.
Trump did worse than what? I would have to look these numbers up. Did Trump do worse in Pennsylvania in 2024 than he did in 2020? No. Why'd I pick a state that's so hard to spell? Pennsylvania, fix your shit, man. Pennsylvania election results. Sorry, guys, I'm doing some research. I usually do this shit offline. In 2020, Trump got 3.3 million votes. What did he get this time? There we go. 3.5. That seems like a 200,000 increase to me. Huh. Do they just lie to themselves too?
Battlegrounds, there was a negative 8-point shift to the right. In the battlegrounds, there was only 3. So we needed it to be better than that.
Oh, if that's your metric, that he did better in the non-battleground states than he did in the battleground states, that's a whole different thing than he did worse. Jesus Christ. You have to split some serious hairs to get to where she just got to. All right.
And perhaps if we had more time, we could have done that. But I think that's fundamental, that when people learn more about her, understood what she stood for, where she came from, and what her vision was, they responded well to that. And
nobody got that message, literally.
Responded in a favorable way, especially in contrast to, a point of view that Donald Trump will be worse. And I think that's playing out right now.
And Dan, on the
view that he will be worse is playing out right now. Is this from the same sources that told you how well you were doing?
the Biden question, we of course got that everywhere.
Yeah.
We went, and
every vice president gets that. George H.W. Bush got it. Al Gore got it. The question is, how are you going to be different than the guy before you? And sometimes that answer is, I'm going to continue his agenda. George H.W. Bush. 1,000 points of light. And sometimes it's things were shit. We got to change, which would be what Kamala should have done. We got that question everywhere. You got that question everywhere because the bitch never answered it. She didn't answer it one time.
We knew what the data was. We knew we had to show her as her own person and point to the future and not try.
They took that way too literally. We had to show her as her own person. I'm not Joe Biden. Clearly, he's an old white guy who's shitting himself right now. I'm a kind of brownish girl. See, I'm not Joe Biden. When you say you got to show somebody to be their own person, you're not being literal. We understand that she's not Joe Biden. Oh my God. $1 billion, guys. $1 billion. This is what you get. Sometimes, paying the markup price is not. You guys should have went generic, is all I'm saying.
Try to rehash the past. But she also felt that she was part of the administration. And unless we said something like, well, I would have handled the board
Wait a second. Hang on.
the past. But she also felt that she was part of the administration.
She felt like she was part of the administration that she's the vice president of. She felt like it. What? She was part of the administration. What the fuck does that even mean? She felt like she felt like she had her job. Oh dear Christ. Seriously, how do you become a political consultant? Because I can do this shit. Kamala, hit me up for your gubernatorial run. I'll help you out. Oh, I swear these people have no idea how to human. I know, right? Jesus Christ. She felt that is the line from the clip that I saw of this on YouTube that just made me laugh, or on Twitter, sorry, that made me laugh. She felt like she was part of. She was. The question isn't, was she part of the administration? It's how would you do things differently, or do you think everything was fine?
And unless we said something like, well, I would have handled the border completely differently, we were never going to satisfy anybody. So we did.
No. We would have handled the border completely differently, would have went very well for you. And her answer, like, why aren't you doing this now? I'm the VP. I serve at the request of the president. He's the one that makes the decisions. But if it was me, this is how I would do it, knowing what we know now. You didn't even have to get mean about it. You can just go, yeah, we saw there was a problem. We saw this massive uptick, and yeah, that was a mistake. And we're not going to do that in my administration. Jesus fuck. Thank you, The Logical Mail. Hey, Monk, this girl power campaign isn't over. Mark my words. They're going to push out Gretchen Whitmer in 2028, if not Gavin and VP Whitmer 2028. Whitmer is this happens to a lot of governors, because a lot of states do their gubernatorial elections in off presidential years. Like Virginia will be doing theirs in 2025, and then states like California and here in Michigan will be doing it in 2026. And then you're out of the spotlight for 2 years. And this is why Ron DeSantis had to run in 2024. He's going to be out of the national spotlight for 2 years. And other people are going to come in and get the press. And it's really hard to overcome that shit. And so Whitmer, maybe as a possible VP, but as an actual presidential candidate, I don't think she wins the nomination. Plus, she's fucking ugly and starting to look like Skeletor.
Did talk about things like she's a different generation. Most of her career is from outside of Washington, not.
This is one of those fucking things that you just can't make up. You can't claim to be the political outsider against a guy who's never held any position except president. She's been in Washington longer than Trump was. She was a senator for 2 years and VP for 4. You don't get to play she's totally outside of Washington. Especially when you then bring Liz and Dick Cheney to be character witnesses for her. Are you for fucking real? I made fun of this the first time they pulled that shit out because it makes literally no sense. I am from outside of Washington. All presidents are, okay? They all are. Even Bill Clinton, he came from Arkansas. Lincoln he was up there in Illinois. That Very few. Has any president ever come out of Washington, D.C.? I don't think any of them have. I mean, sure, some of them live there because they're senators. I mean, Kennedy was a senator, he probably had a home. Most senators have their, their primary residence in their state, which they have to keep. And then I sleep here and bang my whores place in DC. But I'm being a little too literal there, but she's like, we spent most of her time outside of DC. Yeah, but she spent the last 6 years there. She's not the outsider. Trump is. What fucking retard thought that was a good talking point for her? I guess the lady in the couch suit here.
Like, she's a different generation. Most of her career is from outside of Washington, not inside Washington. So she knows a lot of the best ideas are from across the country.
Except all of her ideas come from California. She knows that the best ideas come from across the country. All of her shit comes from California. It's not like she was picking up ideas from Ohio and running with them and fuck right off. And even then, in California, I mean, the attorney general is an elected position out there, but it's not like she was the governor or the lieutenant governor out there. And you can point to that and say she picked ideas that she picked up at the governor's conference from somebody in Mississippi and she implemented it there in California. It's a nonsensical talking point. This is why you suck. This is why you lost. You're dumb. And seriously, the Pod Save America guys haven't talked that much yet, but you should be interrupting here. Go, wait, but don't you find this? Interject yourself there and ask a real fucking question. Please don't, because I want you guys to keep losing. But seriously, how do you not interject here and go, but wait a minute, she'd been in Washington longer than Trump was.
Her career has been about reaching across the aisle, finding.
What? When has she reached across? Did I miss a news talking point there? Her reaching across the aisle? I'm going to need a confirmation on that part.
Common sense ways to get things done. It's not been based in ideological politics.
What did she ever get done? I mean, that should be an easy one. This is the bill that she sponsored. She wrote herself and put out there, and it got done. Which ones were those?
All of these things, we were trying to tell a story and give the impression that she was different.
We were trying to tell a story. There's one of those accidental truthful moments. We were trying to lie to y'all.
Without pointing to a specific issue.
Can I ask this why?
Oh, cool. He's actually going to butt in with a question there.
That she was different without pointing to a specific issue.
You're running a political campaign and you tried to show she was different without talking about the thing that matters most. How she's different on policy. Jesus Christ, lady. Tyrai, thank you. I learned all about Kamala's values in her little golden book. She and her little sis were activists when they were picketed to be able to play in the snow at her middle class gate guarded apartment skyscraper. Yes, this is a real book aimed at children. Really? I did not know that existed. I'm gonna have to look that up.
Can I ask this why not a specific issue? Is this something she was unwilling to do? You worried it would feel disingenuous, or
because she felt like she was part of the administration. So
that's not an answer. She was part of the administration. Stop saying stupid shit. Please stop saying stupid shit. But the question is, why wouldn't you? Immigration is a great one. Why wouldn't you say, yes, we are going to lock up that goddamn border and we are going to start kicking out illegals? We can't sustain this. Why not? Because she felt like she was part of the administration. What the fuck does that mean?
Why should she look back and cherry pick some things that she would have done differently? So
that people understand why would she look back and cherry pick things so people, oh my God, I have to hear that again.
So why should she look back and cherry pick some things that she would have done differently?
Because the question was, would you do anything differently? That's why, dumbass. It's not cherry picking. It's answering the fucking question. Oh my God. Wow. These people get paid for this. Why would she point out that she's different than the guy everybody's telling you has fucked up the country? Why would she pick out things that show she's going to do things differently? Look, a new way forward wasn't just a slogan. What the fuck do you mean? Why would you do it? Exactly, nuts. I thought that's what she was supposed to do. Yes, 100%. This campaign had way more problems than I realized. Wow. Wow. All right. Jesus. I feel like my brain is melting. I can't believe I'm actually watching. I got to take some Motrin, y'all. I'm getting to that point where I'm getting worked up again and my hands are flailing around. It's causing my back to spasm. Oh. Why would she cherry pick things she would have done differently when she's answering a question about what she would have done differently? She felt like she had the job she already has. Jesus fucking Christ.
It was part of it. And she had tremendous loyalty to President
There it
Biden.
is. Told you.
And, if we had said, just imagine this. You've been on plenty of campaigns. Imagine if we said, well, we would have taken this approach on the border. Imagine the round of stories coming out after that of people saying, well, she never said that in a meeting, or what meeting when she said this, or I remember when she did that. And it wasn't going to give us what we needed.
Imagine if she said she was going to do things differently, and then people pointed out how she did things differently before. Imagine. I'm going to be quite honest. I don't know what the fuck she was just trying to get at. I think she was going for people will criticize what she's done in the past, which is fair, and she should be able to answer why that's different. Like with the trans thing, right? Where she was asked about that, like, would you still support that? It's a yes or no, and you can say I supported it then, but looking back and seeing what we're seeing here, I was wrong on that. I was wrong, and no, that's not my position anymore. If you have a good reason for changing your position, have it. But do you remember what she told us when she was confronted with her contradictions? Do you remember it? My values haven't changed. Yeah, but your rhetoric my values haven't changed. She was more willing to change her own rhetoric than to say, and this is from 2019 when she's running for president. She's more willing to change her own stance like that, but not willing to look at this administration and say, yeah, we've made mistakes. That is a big tell to people. That is a big flashing red light of Jesus Christ. She's going to keep doing the same stuff. I wonder how much this lady got paid for this. I'm in the wrong business.
Because it wouldn't be a clean break. It would be, days upon days in a limited time window that we had of dealing of who, what, when, where.
So your idea, because you had this limited window, was let people think she's going to do everything the same and that she thinks everything was great, because there might be a week where people ask why she changed her mind or why she said this clearly bad thing was bad. That woman came pretty close to becoming president. All right.
So the best we could do, and the most that she felt comfortable with, was saying, like, look, vice presidents never break with their presidents. The only time in recent memories when
She wasn't. No, okay. Look, you're giving the answer to what you should have said when people questioned her about what she would do different. What would you do different? I would lock the border down more. Well, why didn't you do that when Biden was president? He's the president. He gets to make those decisions. That's how that plays out. You skip the part where she says she'll do something different and give the same stupid answer. What is the point of not differentiating or cherry picking, as you said? What is the point of not differentiating there if you're just going to give the same answer anyway? Jesus Christ.
Pence broke with Trump after Trump stormed the Capitol. So Biden's not.
They call that the murder exception. If the president tries to
Only when
murder
you're
you, you can
right.
break.
Yeah,
Yes.
the murder exception. Trump tried to murder him. Vice presidents, no, they go along with the president, because he's the one that has the actual power. That's just the reality of it. And you're allowed to have your own opinion. You tend to keep it to yourself because you don't want to undermine the boss, and that's fine. But we're not talking about why she went along with Biden. Again, she's jumping to the answer that should have been given after the answer. The question, what would you do differently? The president gets to make the decisions isn't the answer to that fucking question. It's what would you do differently? Yes, we understand that the president makes the decisions. You're trying to become that person. What's going to be different? What was fucked up? We need a new way forward. Why do we need a new way forward if everything was so good? This is what I'm talking about with the contradictions of the campaign. Jesus Christ. For the record, guys, I understand if you get bored with this stuff. This is the politics stuff that I love. There's policy, which I'm very passionate about, and then there's politics, and they're two different things. This is politics, what we're watching here. And these guys are horrible at politics. God damn. Harris had 107 days. Trudeau had 78. Let's hear the excuse. He's a white man. Oh, well, I mean, Cuban, but he's a white man. So he gets, women have to work longer. They get 70% of the time.
Yes.
If you are, ripping up the Constitution, trying to overturn an election, people die, then you could break with your president. But
Even in this, where the whole thing is what went wrong, basically, got to take a shot at Trump there. Got to bring up January 6th, which, by the way, I don't know if you guys saw any exit polling. January 6th wasn't on anybody's minds. Who was it I was watching? I was watching some liberal show where they were pointing out, maybe it was even these guys, where nobody cared about January 6th. This was their defining moment. They thought even if somehow Trump managed to get back and run again, January 6th was their coup de grace. They had this shit. January's, and nobody fucking cared. They brought out Liz Cheney's dusty vagina to he did the January 6th. Did you see my Hollywood produced congressional hearing? January 6th. Nobody cared. That's what you guys spent time on, and you're doing it still. Christ.
that vice presidents stick by their presidents. And she wasn't willing.
Yeah, they stick by their president while they're president. What she's doing is running for the presidency. Why didn't she say what she would do? Why is this hard?
To change that precedent for whoever the future president vice presidential partnership would be, because it would mean a whole different set of problems, as if we don't have enough problems in our democracy right now.
She couldn't say what she would do different because future vice presidents might have to say what they would do different if they ran for president, like every fucking vice president who's run has had to do so far. This lady gets paid for this. I'm going to keep coming back to that because you want to know how $1 billion, $1.020 billion got spent and nothing came of it? It's Couch Lady right there. It's all four of the people they have up here. They're so bad at this.
So unless we were willing to say, Biden said green and she said blue on any particular issue, we were never really going to satisfy that. So our focus was, let's look to the future. Let's describe her and her approach to things. Let's use policies.
What would you do different? We decided to focus on the future and what she would do. In this lady's mind, that's contradictory. Hey, Kamala team, maybe just go away. Maybe just leave. Nobody needs to know you're this dumb. Seriously. Nobody needs to know that you guys are basically morons. And I was going to say something else, but it's YouTube and there's a black man on the screen. Not have been called racist for it. The three non-black people on here are just monkeys. They're flinging shit and they're banging on that typewriter, hoping to get some Shakespeare out of it. Fuck.
Future-looking policies to demonstrate that difference. But in the end, we've all seen the data. It's too many people thought that you'd be a continuation, which on the economy was, the incumbent killer.
So you were wrong. By not clearly defining her, I mean, the economy and immigration have been the top two issues for like 2 years now. Nobody cares about the abortion issue anymore, which notice they haven't brought that shit up at all yet. The focus on abortion was a major dumbass mistake. You have a limited time by your own. This is we didn't have time. You spent so much time on abortion and it didn't matter at all. It mattered in states where they were voting on it, but not in the general election here. You guys just fucked up over and over because she felt like she was part of the administration. Logical Mail, thank you. Hey, Monk, have you gotten to Kamala's post-election drunk, awkward meltdown, whatever speech? Yes, we did that at the top of the show.
Quentin, in the post-election analysis, there's been a ton of focus on the very ubiquitous trans ad that the Trump campaign spent tens of millions of dollars on.
Wait.
That's,
the incumbent.
Okay, so this is the end of her thing. And again, we're getting to where I haven't seen before. And it looks like he's getting to talk about the thing I just brought up maybe an hour ago. Fuck, we're 2:22 in this already at 24 minutes. In my defense, I did spend about 15 minutes on Kamala. But you're gonna bring up the ad, the trans ad, the one that she was so pissed about that ad. He spent $20 million. He spent $20 million. Can you believe he spent $20 million? $20 million. Can you believe he spent $20 million?
And killer.
Quentin, in the post-election analysis, there's been a ton of focus on the very ubiquitous trans ad that the Trump campaign spent tens of millions of dollars on. There have been sort of two strains of thought. This one, the sense that her position and the Democratic Party position on trans-related issues were one of the reasons why we lost. But also, real quick,
one, good on you for at least saying admitting your bias, and there's nothing wrong with having a bias, but good on you for not pretending. But a lot of this comes from polling. I think we talked about it the other day that showed in swing states, the number one issue for independent voters was the trans issue. It wasn't the economy. It wasn't immigration. It was the trans issue. And that has really set off the left. Like, the trans, everybody loves our position on the trans issue. They all think little girls should have their breasts cut off as soon as they start forming. I told you guys this. If you go way back, I told you the Trump campaign needed to pound should not use that because Democrats are going to take this wrong. Pound the trans issue. Pound it because it is not popular. This is why they have to lie about whether or not the children's hospital that was bragging about doing surgeries on kids as young as 14 had to deny that they did any surgeries on children for trans issues before they were 18. It is not popular. It's why the entirety of the press came out and lied about Boston Children's Hospital. They put out a series of videos bragging about this shit. And when they got called out on it, they changed it. Remember, and even then, they had on their site that they were doing surgeries for 17-year-olds. And then suddenly that stealthily got changed to 18. And all of the news media said, see, it even says on their website, 18. The trans issue is a big one because you are putting women and children at risk. Does that mean all trans people are going to go touch kids? No. But when you're letting perverts into bathrooms with little girls, bad things can happen. Ask Loudoun County.
Questions about why the campaign decided not to respond to the ad specifically. My understanding from reporting, at least, is that you guys tested a bunch of responses and they didn't work.
Well, there you go. There's your answer right there. We tried responding to that stupid shit, and everybody said, don't say anything. But their answer was, you spent $20 million. You know, coming out and saying, I believe that that's the right thing to do would have been a better answer than he spent $20 million. Because at least you're standing by your convictions. It would have tanked you, and we all know it, but at least it would have been an honest answer.
Tell me your thinking there and what role you think that ad and those issues actually played in the race.
Yeah, I mean, I think, it's important to put everything into context.
Well, thank you, Captain Obvious. I think it's important to put everything in context. Tell me about Bloodbath.
Very well established the time frame. And it's honestly a lot shorter than 107 days, but we had 3 core objectives to the paid media. It was to define the vice president. It was to defend her.
The question, Jesus Christ. The question is, speak to that ad and that issue and how it played out or how you think it affected things. And you're going back to the stupid talking point of we didn't have enough time and we had to define her. Jesus, man. Can any of you guys answer a straight question?
On incoming attacks, and a lot of these attacks have been baked in for the past 3.5 years. While she was the vice president, they were attacking her.
The woman that nobody knew had already been defined over the last 3.5 years with attacks, huh? Could y'all make up your mind of whether or not people knew her or not? That's what's baked in. It's not baked in. It's a reality of what she said. And this is why they didn't want her answering questions, because when she answers questions, she says what she means and she's stupid.
She was at negative 20 something on immigration. We got that down to negative 10. Trump had
You weren't asked about immigration, asshole.
Positive 22-point advantage on the economy. We got that down to 7. And we had to respond to those things. And when you sort of looked at the core issues, aside from the attacks, like trans issues are just at the bottom for voters. The economy.
Except according to the polls, they weren't. They just weren't. In swing states, I forget which polling place did it. Swing states, the exit polling shows that the trans issue was the biggest issue for the middle, which is where elections are won. For the independents, that's where elections are won. You have your 35-ish% for each side, and then the leftover 30 is where you have to get people on your side.
Inflation, crime, immigration are the top issues. They were also some of the issues that she was getting attacked on. And to the element of sort of defining her and doing it in a way that sort of fit within what you're trying to do, there's a direct approach that you can take to anything, and then there is an approach that you can take that accomplishes
none of this
2 of the 3
is
objectives.
Answering the question.
A lot of the stuff that we did, such as talking about her prosecutorial background, and then saying that she went after transnational gangs, cartels.
Wait. That's the closest you've gotten to the question so far is her prosecutorial background. The ad that ran was Trump pointing out that she said that we should be using taxpayer money to give gender reassignment bullshit to inmates. Tough on crime. Tough on crime.
To push back pseudolly on the immigration attacks that were coming at her, as well as credentialing her background on things that were absent and standalone of the Biden administration. We did a lot of stuff about her record as AG, her record as a prosecutor, not as vice.
No, you didn't. You skipped some pretty major points that Tulsi Gabbard might have brought up back in 2020. But more to the point here, the question is specifically about the trans thing, dickhead. Do you think that played a part? Because the polls show it did.
Vice president, because it also allowed her to stand alone, separate from the Biden administration. On the trans attack, obviously it was a very effective ad at the end. I ultimately don't believe that it was about the issue of trans. I think that it made her seem out of touch.
It goes to the core of the issue of trans. Because she thinks it should be a right for them to get, for people who, some are in jail for, raping women, that they should be getting gender reassignment on my dime. She is out of touch. And your guys' answer for this, stop pretending she didn't address it at all. Her answer, she gave two answers, two different ones. One was, this happened under Donald Trump's administration. It was the law at the time, and I'd followed the law. And the other one was, he spent $20 million. Not once did she come out and go, no, I don't think that we should be spending the taxpayers' money on this. These are people who are in prison for doing horrible shit to other people. And if they want to get reassignment when they get out of jail, fine. But right now, no. Just calm down. I agree with them. Men should have the right to invade women's spaces. No, men and women should both have their own spaces. We should be allowed to be away from each other if we want to. The feminists ruined all that shit back in the 80s and 90s. Now it's a men's club and women should be able to go.
And it was sort of a pseudo-economic ad underneath it, because he was saying you're going to pay for it with taxpayer money.
No. She said you were going to pay for it with taxpayer money. He pointed out that she said it. She wasn't advocating for a private charity that was going to pay for gender reassignment for rapists. The question was, do they have a right to this treatment? If they have a right to it, then we have to provide it if they're in prison, you fucking asshole.
And it was in her own words, and that's something. But we tested taxpayer money, and it was in her own words.
Back to that. Sorry,
made her seem out of touch. And it was sort of a pseudo-economic ad underneath it, because he was saying you're going to pay for it with taxpayer money, and it was in her own words. And
he said you're going to pay for it with your own money or with taxpayer money, and it was in her own words. So she said it. Fucking politicians, man. Jesus Christ.
And that's something. But we tested a ton of responses to this, direct responses, and none of them ever tested as well as basically her, talking about what she would do, to Jen's point, the future.
Thank you, Roan. She's tough on marijuana crime. She really was. She absolutely was. She was following the law. We tested it. I just loved it a moment ago. He's like, I don't think this played a major role in it. I don't think this. No. But we tested all kinds of answers to this, and none of them tested well, including just saying no. We tested. Do you understand the problem? What you just said there, homie? We tested all these answers. She was so focus tested that it became a liability. Bill Clinton is probably the greatest politician to run things based on poll. And but for better or worse, whatever you think, because it did help almost get the economy balance, or the budget balance. But it also led to a lot of really stupid shit too. There's a way to use polls to influence things. It shouldn't be how you answer every question. every question, I'll give you my opinion on that as soon as I know what all of these people want my opinion to be. That doesn't work for most people. And Kamala, who has a charisma deficit, or as the kids said, a Riz deficit, she can't get away with that shit. So we decided not to respond to it at all, except you didn't, because she did respond. She gave a direct response. We watched it. That happened under Trump. That happened under Trump. Trump. Was that in the NBC one with the lady with the I don't answer hypotheticals? I can't remember which of the interviews she did that in, but she did answer it. Just piss poorly. Because the question was, do you still support that? Do you still stand by that? And he spent $20 million, and this happened under his administration.
The type of president that she would be. There were elements of it where we did try to say, and we put ads on television of her saying, you've seen all the negative attacks against me, and try to bottle it up, because I also think you have to think about the entire sentiment when you're running
going out there and saying, you've seen all the bad shit about me, but it's not true, is not an answer either. God, they're bad at this. I'm trying to think of an example here. Let's say you're Hunter Biden, right? And you put out an ad, hey, you've seen all this shit about how I did a bunch of cocaine and crack and was sticking stuff up hookers' butts. It's not true. Doesn't erase all of the evidence of it. And that's a problem a lot of these politicians have. Instead of addressing the actual issues, they just try to move it to the side. They try to bullfight that bullshit, wave the cape and just jump out of the way. Sometimes just answer the question. It's one of the things I really liked about Ramaswamy, for all the joking that we've done around here about how much I really do like the guy. And he's not afraid of a tough answer. It's what I like about Jordan Peterson, especially early on, where you know what people want to hear, and like, I'm just going to tell you the reality of it. This is the reality. And if she wanted to go out there and say, I believe that this is a real medical issue, and therefore we have a responsibility as the state who has these people incarcerated to take care of their mental well-being, fine. I don't like it, but at least it's a real fucking answer. And instead, he spent $20 million attacking me. Can you believe he spent $20 million showing you what I said? Can you believe that? This attack ad? Why isn't he lying about what I said like we do to him?
paid campaign. And the trans ad, I think because of the content, a lot of people felt like it was much bigger than what it was. But to put that into context,
people thought it was much bigger than it was. Your own internals, when you tried to get an answer to it, told you guys were wrong. Nothing tested well. I'd love to see the actual responses to that. I'd love to see how it broke down.
Red, meaning Trump and all the super PACs that were spending on Trump's behalf, that was 7% of their total ads was on that issue.
Was that specific? I think it was
specific,
two ads, right?
Yeah.
There was the original, and then there was the one with Charlemagne. Yep.
And it was,
and they seem mad about it. They're really mad about that money thing. And maybe it's because maybe I've been reading her wrong and I'm reading him wrong, is that he spent 7%, $20 million on this stuff. We would have spent 300 billion easily. Maybe that's why they're so offended. He got away with doing it cheaper, maybe.
all Trump. So Trump spent, 37% of his, 200 million on that ad, but Trump wasn't the only spender. We were getting hit across the board. And so you have to take into account what all the super PACs are doing and play off of that. And I think that's what Trump was doing. His super PACs were hitting us on the economy, immigration, and crime. And Trump even started hitting us on immigration. And I think the veracity of which we came out of the gate and responded to that, they weren't expecting that from us. And then they backed off of that. And at that point, they started going into it. And so it is.
I do think the president-elect made a mistake in not staying as strongly on immigration. He should have been pointing out the crime much more loud and much more often than he did. He still did okay with it, but there was a lull in talking about it. through September and early October, which did give her a chance to come back on that issue a little bit, because she tried, I'm going to do what Trump said he was going to do. But I'm really not understanding his point here about PACs and stuff, because the $1 billion that the Kamala campaign spent is not the only money that was spent on their side. Like they spent 7% of their budget on this. How much did you guys spend on Project 2025? I don't understand what the whole point is. The reason they gave that particular issue such a big bill, what do you say, 37% of Trump's direct spending, is because it played well for their side. And he's acting like, I don't think that issue was an issue really at all. It wasn't an issue. There wasn't an issue. We got him out of the gate on the immigration thing. Is the question over yet?
Easy to say with the kind of resources that we raised, we should have been able to do everything, but that's not the case. You have to make decisions in the time frame that we were in this race. We had to choose.
You spent $1 billion. What you just said there is you made bad choices. We had to decide what we were going to spend this $1 billion on. And she really, really, really likes to get her beauty sleep at 5-star hotels when she's on the campaign trail. Again, I don't know if we know millions were spent on getting different celebrities there, because they're all brat too. You spent $5 million on Megan Thee Stallion to do one song and shake her flabby ass, instead of using that money to address something that was said by the Trump campaign. That makes sense to you? Didn't Saturday Night Live also violate the law at the end? Yes, they did. They're not supposed to have candidates on without having the other candidate on within, 90 days of the election, or without offering them the chance to come on. And yeah, they broke the equal time rules.
And we chose to focus more of our attention on one, driving down Trump, because that was not being done in our ecosystem on our side. And it was incredibly important that we did that, as well as defining her. And so if
what? We had to drive down Trump because nobody on our side was doing that. Nobody on the left was bashing Trump. Is this a Walmart situation with the greeters? Did they pull these people out of the Special Olympics and they got paid to hire them? Nobody on the left was bashing Trump? All right. I wonder how you would even have a conversation with this guy if he honestly believes that. The entirety of the left, including the mainstream media, has been doing nothing but bashing on Trump since 2015. Even when he wasn't running for president, the 2 years before he officially announces his run in 2024, it was nothing but Trump bashing. What are you talking about?
we spent this entire race, and not to be defensive about it at all, but if we spent this entire race pushing back on immigration attacks or crime attacks and pushing back against trans attacks, at what point are we bringing Trump down and or introducing the vice president on our own terms? We're playing on their field. And I think that was
the question that she was asked was if she supported doing that. If you address that, that would be defining her on her own fucking terms, you dumbass. They're just, it's like talking to somebody on Twitter. They're just using terminology. We wanted to define her in her own terms, so we did not have her address the things that she herself said. And that made sense to you. You said that out loud. Your cheeks didn't become bright red with shame and embarrassment. All right. And they get paid for this.
Ultimately what went into it. But again, it wasn't something that we missed. It's just all of our testing told us that the approach that we were taking of her being more positive and talking about the economy and what she would do was a better tactic.
Not to be sort of overly nerdy about it, but that 7% is total money spent, not number of ads run.
Yes.
So it's higher than that in terms of ads run because it was candidate side ads, right?
Yeah. But I mean,
Probably like, do you know?
But we
Well,
did, I mean, I would just add, we did respond.
Yeah.
What our testing showed, and look,
There you go. At least this woman's willing to admit, what we all saw.
there's no easy answers to this.
Yeah, of course.
But, we looked at this a lot, and we, and she never got directly asked about it, but was, obviously something we looked at in responding there. But we did.
We literally saw her get directly asked about it at least twice in interviews. At least twice. That's where we got he spent $20 million thing from. She was never directly asked, except when Jesus Christ, man. I don't know how much more of these people I can take, honestly. It is an interesting look into the mind of these people, and it wasn't Joe Biden undermining her. It was these people. It was their own campaign, and I don't think they were doing it on purpose anymore. I think they're just that dumb.
Respond for the people that were getting this on digital, and we did a ton more digital than the other side did, but we definitely threw out ads to make sure anyone that was getting these directly, we would be engaging with them with a little bit more specific content. Obviously, she spoke to some of this in the Fox News interview, and
Dangerous Spaces, thank you so much. 1 year, our politicians had a 42-day campaign to try and become prime minister. They still knew how to campaign in such a short time frame, and she would have been preparing before she was announced. The whole thing about this shortened campaign is nonsensical. It is just cope. It is just, this is the best lie we have, is that we just didn't have the time. If this was the election of 1824 and you have this last minute replacement, getting your message out there to all the people would be difficult. 1924, when you have radio and telegram, it would still be rough. We are in the age of instantaneous communication. I can talk to somebody on the other side of the world without even a delay that's noticeable. We can do that now. So this idea that she just couldn't get her message out in 107 days is just a lie. It's just dumb. Please, please still hire me, even though we fucked this up so bad. Whisper, Joe Rogan was free advertising to over 1 million potential voters. Absolutely. And she went on call. And what did the Trump one get? Last I saw was like 6 million. Did it end up with like 8 or 9 million views? She went on Call Her Daddy, where she still doesn't have 1 million views.
The Trump administration oversight during this period. But we saw that we could neutralize the ad, but we couldn't actually put points on the board for us if we responded in kind. So then you really have a question.
How would you did try to respond in kind. She tried painting it as Trump's administrative policy. You can't have it both. They're just liars. They're just liars. Oh my God. All right. If I ever mention how much I hate liars, I don't lie to me. Tell me a horrible truth. I'll be mad at you for a little while, but I'll get over it, and at least you didn't fucking lie to me. So one of the things, my middle granddaughter, if she does something wrong, she doesn't lie about it. She's like, "Did you do this?" Yeah. Like, all right. Don't do it again. I don't know if the girl knows how to lie, which is awesome. And like, yeah, I did that. Oh,
People don't know her. They need to know more about who she is, what she stands for. They're concerned about the economy. They're concerned about immigration, and we need to push down Trump's numbers. So how do you fit all of that in? And what we tested showed us that ads that were much more, as Quentin is saying, on the economy or other issues that people cared more about.
how much could you have gotten done if you didn't spend so much time testing? I wonder that. How much time did you guys spend doing that?
Actually had better response.
The Trump Rogan video has 51 million views. There you go. We just couldn't get her message out. Wonder why.
For our testing than head to head. So, as we looked at this,
Girls are kind of like that when they're young. Wait till they grow up, though. I raised a daughter myself. And I have a total of 4 or 5 granddaughters. And it's not that the other ones lie, but the other ones will, hedge. You're like, she's just like, yep, I did it. Almost proud.
the Trump side didn't close on this issue. Obviously economy was far more effective, and we had to really play the game there, and we had a lot of work to do, and we were successful to a point.
You weren't successful to any point. You really weren't. You were successful with Democrats and never Trumpers. That's it. And it does make up a large percentage of the voting public. But you can't show where she lost ground everywhere. She lost Latino men for fuck's sake.
But that's sort of the balance that we had. And while we had a lot of resources in a short amount of time, we were also trying to think about, what does a person receive? We looked at certainly testing, but we're looking at our qualitative, and a lot of people thought it was very political. They thought it was over the top. They had different kind of points of view that didn't really anchor it as a vote mover. But I know it anecdotally had a lot of attention, and they played it in places that we saw it, and we monitored it as we went.
They played it in places, and we saw it. What question are you answering there?
I would just add, Dan, so
oh God,
both campaigns, super PACs, there was a lot of national ads. So I think if you're sitting in California or Texas or Florida, you see this ad, you don't see any of our responses, right? So in the battleground states, her talking.
Bro, I don't know what you're going to or towards here, but your colleagues have already said you decided not to respond. I mean, the last chick, we kind of responded, sort of. The black guy's like, yeah, we tested it and it didn't test, so we talked about the economy. And are you really going to come on now and be like, no, we did respond in specific markets?
In a very common sense way, in a very practical way, whether it be about immigration, whether it be about the economy, was our best defense because this was less about trans than it was about priorities and being out of the mainstream. So I think these voters.
It was, oh my God. Her answer to that, should prisoners get state paid for trans, there's a lot of layers to there. One, you're rewarding criminals. You're making the taxpayer pay for it. You're going along with this nonsense trans bullshit and forcing it on people. Because at that point, when you are paying for it with taxpayer money, you have forced it on the taxpayer. You're right. There's different layers to it. But that trans part of it is a big part. The government wastes money all the time. But you're talking about forcing trans ideology onto people who don't want anything to do with it and making them pay for it. For criminals. Trans was it was a little part of it. It was just a little part. No, it was the main part. Yeah, it absolutely showed that her priorities are fucked up and that you guys couldn't respond to it in any meaningful way. Shows that your priorities are still fucked up. And it's why you lost independence, especially in battleground states.
Battleground states, both through ads and through seeing her doing local interviews. And I think that's one of the.
And don't forget, she picked the guy who made it a sanctuary state for stealing kids so that you can cut off their titties and put tampons in boys' bathrooms. The trans issue is a loser for the Democrats. It really is. And it needs to just keep being pushed because that shit needs to go away. Trans people, be trans all you want to. Stop pushing it on kids and stop pretending it's normal. Stop pretending that I need to do it, and stop telling me that you need affirmative care. You don't need affirmation when you have a mental disorder. Name me one other fucking thing. Name me one other thing where our answer to it, to fix it, is to do more of what's broken. You got cancer, you should probably start smoking. We need to give cancer affirming care for your lung cancer there. Kind of stupid fucking shit is that? That is why that message resonated so hard, you dumb motherfucker. I don't die. The trans thing is, I mean, there were so many layers. Yeah, there were. You don't get any of them. Doug Resurrect, thank you so much for that feminist $12. This is just a massive cope session. They are mainlining pure cut copium. Yeah, they are. And they didn't even cut it very well. There's lots of chunks in it.
Reasons you had such a difference between the battleground states and the non-battleground states is people knew her better. Number one. Number two, as Jen said,
no, it's because those states are known to go back and forth. That's why we call them battleground states, you dumbass. That's why they were closer. The fuck are you talking about, bro? Yeah, the states that sometimes go Democrat and sometimes go Republican, they were closer because they got to know her better. Are you fucking retarded, man?
You know, it's very easy these days to understand.
Gavin, I know you're going to make a run for the presidency. Give me a call, bud. I'll give you advice for. We'll do it on a retainer basis, $20,000 a month, okay? And I will give you far better advice than these people. And I don't like you and don't want you to win. To be fair, the polls show to cut the cope with severe denial. It's so insane watching this because I was at least expecting them to have some introspection, and there's really none. It's they're closest they get to it is we just didn't have enough time. $30K a month for Newsom. You know what, Dark? That's fair. $30K, Newsom. $30K a month, and I will advise your campaign.
Who has experience in ads? So we were feeding a lot of digital ads to people who might have saw that spot. But you know, at the end of the day, we were spending a lot of time with voters in these battleground states, both quantitatively and quantitatively.
But you weren't. You really weren't. Not for a non-incumbent. She's the incumbent vice president, but not the incumbent president. She was asked about her sleeping habit. I have never in my life heard of a presidential campaign where the candidate was getting 9 hours of sleep a night. She told that to Shannon Sharp, her sleep routine. 9 hours of sleep on a presidential campaign every night is fucking insane. There's a reason that especially in the first presidential campaign, that both people end up looking 10 years older. And a lot of it is because they don't sleep. They're on the road constantly. They're shaking hands. They're kissing babies. In Biden's case, inappropriately. But you are out there. And what they really tried to do was the Biden 2020 campaign, where he got to hide in the basement for most of it. And that shit does not work in a normal election year. We had the pandemic going on, and so people forgave that shit. She was out there meeting all the people she could. No, she wasn't. She ran this like it was a foregone conclusion, like she was the incumbent president and everybody knew who she was already. Biden bites babies. That is true. We have pictures of him biting babies. We have video of him biting children.
And this trans ad was not driving vote. I mean, the most effective ad, Quentin, I think they ran was not that. It was the Bidenomics ad, right? Because that was kind of core to people's concern. It was like, well, maybe you're not change.
For people so focused on testing, they sure as fuck don't pay attention to the polls. Because once again, polling is showing that in swing states, you know, the ones that it was really close, in swing states, What lost the election for you was the trans ad. Because that's what swayed independents. It didn't sway Republicans, it didn't sway Democrats, and overall, because of Democrats and Republicans, the economy is the bigger issue. Immigration is the bigger issue. But the one that did it for the independents is cutting off the titties of children. It's paying for medical surgeries for inmates. It's letting girls play against boys. It's getting mad when somebody says boys playing against girls. And no, I will not allow that kind of bigotry on the. No, I will not listen to that bigotry. That does not play well with most people. Most people are like, yes, trans people can go be trans people. I don't think they should be punished for that. What about the trans and kids? Are you fucking insane?
You're defending an economic program that I don't think's helped me. Listen, I think we'll are very proud of what Joe Biden and Kamala Harris and Democrats did to help us dig out of the pandemic, but people weren't feeling it. So that
they didn't do anything to help us dig out of the pandemic. Literally, all you had to do to dig us out of the pandemic was go, everybody can go back to work. And instead of just doing that, you spent trillions of dollars and caused massive inflation. You should not be proud of that at all. Billions of dollars spent to bring good internet to people like me. Billions of dollars. How many people have gotten better internet from it? Literally nobody, guys. What was it, 87 billion or something like that? Not a dime of it has been spent on getting people better internet. But it was pushed because we needed it. It was pandemic recovery shit. We needed the CHIPS Act. You know, so Asian companies in Asia could get our money to help our economy.
that was more effective. So I think in many respects, my concern here, as we think about the future, is if there's a belief that if only we had responded to this trans ad with national and huge battleground state ads, we would have won. I don't think that's true, number one.
No, you wouldn't have. You would have probably lost harder because you would have lost harder because it would have been detrimental to you because you would have had to double down on the bullshit you've already said. So I agree with you on that. The problem is what you should have done is completely separated yourself from this issue and said, no, we're not in favor. Excuse me, we're not in favor of that at all. That would have helped you. It absolutely would have. Dark Resurrect, thank you for that feminist $12 potential spice warning. Okay. I don't care if the trans get mad, but the push for allowing trans kids is just the first paving of the road to pedophilia being accepted. Nothing will convince me otherwise. Yeah. Look, that doesn't mean that every trans person is a potential pedophile, but the people who have pushed the whole trans thing, I mean, go back to the beginning of it. You're talking about John Money and who's the guy before him? Fuck, I forget his name. I mean, these were sexual deviants. These are people who considered pedophilia a sexual orientation. That is absolutely what the trans agenda is pushing for. Whether the ordinary people in the street are pushing for that. Kinsey is another also disgusting man, but no, he's not. There was somebody before Money, and I forget what his name is. Kinsey was the one who went and asked a bunch of pedophiles if their infant and toddler victims enjoyed it. I'll leave it at that. Masters and Johnson, no, that hurt a little bit. No, Masters and Johnson weren't as bad. I'll have to find it. I don't remember the guy's name right off, but the whole agenda was to push pedophilia. It's what it was, and they, like with all communist shit, they just lie about what they're actually talking about and try to dress it up in purple dinosaurs and call it good.
You know, number two, I think there's also a fact pattern here. So if we could have just said that's a lie, it's not anything she's ever believed. You know, she was on tape. surgery for for people who want to transition in prison was part of the Biden-Harris platform in 2020. It was part of what the administration did, right? We also saw Colin Allred and Sherrod Brown both.
I don't know what his point is there. If this was part of it, then why didn't you guys come out and say, yes, that's what she believes? Again, that would have been a better answer. The non-answer was the biggest problem there. Again, that's not to say that it would be a win for her, but at least people wouldn't think that she was trying to hide what she believes to get it pushed through after she's been elected. I don't think they understand how bad that looks to people. To people like me, who has not voted for a major party candidate since George Bush's first term. And for the record, I am 3-0 on my election votes. When it comes to major party candidates, none of my other candidates have won. But Bill Clinton was my first vote, George Bush was my second, and Donald Trump was my third. Better answer, you mean an answer? Just no, Sammy, an actual answer is better than the political bullshit they went with. The focus tested nonsense is what I mean by that. Because she did speak after the questions were asked. She just didn't address them at all. And she refused to run on her own record. She refused to run on Biden's record. She refused to run on what she was actually going to do differently. She refused to run, basically. I really do think that besides the fact that she was the candidate, 2020 is why they lost here. Because 2020 taught them, hey, we don't even actually have to campaign. The press will do all of this for us. And they didn't take the lesson that only was because of the pandemic. The pandemic changed the rules for that election and allowed them to hide Biden and let the media do all of the propaganda, I guess is the best word, up to and including letting Chris Wallace be the one who debates Donald Trump, or I forget the girl in the debate and the next one, do the debating for him instead of having an actual intellectual exchange between the two candidates. So they thought they could get away with that again. They thought they could get away with vague answers. And I really hope they don't learn the lesson. I sincerely hope that these fucking retards double down on the shit they pulled this time, because it'll be funny in 2028. Tyra, thank you. These people can't believe that voters didn't follow this weird secular religion her and her followers are trying to push on all of us. True, yeah. Because they don't see it as a problem. I mean, as he just pointed out, it was a Biden-Harris campaign platform in 2020. And in 2024, she couldn't even say she still agrees with it. And the reason, see, they said they focus tested this. One of those answers had to be, yes, I still agree with this. I think it's the right thing to do. And it polled so badly in their focus testing that they couldn't even say that. Cooper asked her if she thought Trump was a fascist. She said, yes, I do. Only direct answer she ever gave. That's fair. There were a couple of other ones that she gave, but they are few and far between.
Who ran good races kind of directly responded to trans attacks. And in our view, you're playing on your opponent's side of the field. I understand why they felt they needed to do that in those states. So to Quentin's point, you have a set of
well, if you guys were in the right and it polled so well for you, one, why didn't you respond by saying, yes, I still agree? You're just a liar, dude. They're just liars, man. Monk like soaps never forget. I like some, yeah.
things you're trying to get done. It doesn't mean that you're in such a tunnel that when something comes at you that you don't. We spent, Jen, Quentin, Stephanie, I don't know, dozens of hours on this. Like, what should we do? How are voters responding to it? Maybe hundreds of hours on it. So we took it very seriously, but it wasn't something. At the end of the day, what matters in election is something causing someone to behave differently, either who they vote for or whether they vote. And our sense was in the battleground states, this was not driving vote behavior to the same extent like the economy was generally, even immigration.
Again, this is
so.
How many times have I told you guys polls have value as long as you know what you're looking at? Yes, the overall, once again, I know I just said this not that long ago, but it bears repeating. In the overall, the economy was the big one. Number 2 was immigration. Remember when they tried to convince us it was democracy? Krasenstein should make me laugh. But when it came to the independents, where the weight race was won, this was a major issue. All right, but please keep thinking it doesn't matter to the common man, because it's much funnier this way.
I think that it's important to understand. I think that we were
Gavin, seeing the talent pool that you have to work with here. I'm raising my price to $50,000 on retainer for each month.
very much in voyeuristic listening mode here in terms of how are voters processing.
Did you just say voyeuristic listening? All right.
This. And in the battleground states, what we got from voters, that doesn't seem like her. Like she seems sort of mainstream and normal, number one. It's a political attack. Can we trust it? So I think in many respects, Democrats who live outside of battleground states would see this ad and were convinced it was the thing that cost us the election. But I think in the battleground states, it was a different brew.
Well, I also
Did you see he did it again? This is how he answers the end of every question. Watch his head here.
In the battleground states, it was a different brew.
Well,
he always looks down and yeah. That's the body language of somebody who's confident in the bullshit that they're saying. Oh my God, Dark Conservatarian, thank you. Dropping a fat one to promote a video I worked long and hard on. Hope it goes far. Hope you all enjoy it. It's here on my main channel. Read following regular chat comments. Super chat is censoring me. It's an edited response video to a quote unquote intelligent cuties defender. Oh dear God. An intelligent cuties defender. What would that even look like? What is an intelligent cuties defender? Is that Sneeko? Hang on, let me turn that off. Here's his channel, guys. I'll throw it into the chat for you. Booyah and booyah. For the record, no, I will not just shout out your channel if you pay me money. I've watched dark stuff before, and while I haven't seen that one, I will be watching it when we're done here. Anyhow, I did not mean to make that smaller. I didn't make that smaller. Who did that? Anyway.
Also, the last point I'll make on this too is that I think, again, to Pluff's point about it moving vote, I think that the Trump campaign knew that too. And I think that the way in which they targeted this ad, they were trying to, I think, make our job harder with black voters.
You think the Trump folks knew that it wouldn't work, but they were trying to make your job harder with black people? What? I'm saying that a lot tonight. What? How would it make your job harder if it wasn't effective at all? Oh, I hope he explains.
I was going to say it point blank. And I think that specifically with black men, ultimately we got the same amount of the vote share that President Biden got with black men, and we increased among black women. But when you look at where Trump was running this ad, it was in Philadelphia, it was in Atlanta, and then the outer markets where there wasn't as many diverse voters or black voters, they weren't doing this. We saw them targeting this in the mailboxes of black voters, black male voters. So there was this theory out there that we were struggling with black men. And I think that while we were doing the work to try to make sure that that wasn't the case, and we saw that consolidation come back after President Biden got out of the race, I think that Trump and them weren't using this ad to move vote share as much. I think that they were using this ad to try to make our job of getting these voters back or consolidating them. And I think ultimately, if you look at it from that metric, it wasn't effective. But I think, again, the content of it and, getting it from the way it was talked about in the press and narrated about, this sort of earned echo chamber around these things can have much more of an impact on them than the money that's put behind them. And I think,
okay, you're saying a whole lot of bullshit. I got to interrupt just a minute here. So it was an ineffective ad that caused you guys to respond to it, even though it didn't change anything, at the very least, taking your focus off of what you wanted to do, making it at least effective in that manner. But they were only targeting this at Black people in Philadelphia and Atlanta. Actually, they were running this in a ton of places. Do you want to expand on how this would make your job tougher with Black men? And Kamala did go down with Black men, and I don't just mean on Willie Brown. She did go down. She also went down with Muslims, and this is a big issue for Muslims. Forget Gaza. Yes, Gaza is an issue for lefties and Democrats, but we saw the uprising against the school board. Where was that? It's somewhere where in Michigan. Was it in Dearborn? But where they're like, no, this trans shit, no, you're not doing this to our kids. They keep trying to pretend that this issue didn't matter at all, while simultaneously going, yeah, it mattered. We spent hundreds of hours. We focus tested it. But I mean, I don't think it really worked. Didn't it? Come on, man. And yeah, he is literally right now just in word salad. He's just throwing out every word he knows at once.
that this trans ad is one of those, because if you look at how Trump was targeting it, it didn't move those voters.
Did he just say Trump was putting in Black men's boxes? Yes, he did. Yes, he did. I love that we're talking about a video ad, and he said it was put in Black people's mailboxes.
He was targeting to Pluff's point. But I think it did make our job of sort of trying to get in front of them and making us seem like we knew what they were going through and we were focused on their problems much more difficult.
Why?
And so that's how I sort of see it. But I don't think it was.
If it wasn't effective and your own polling was showing it wasn't effective, then why was your focus testing telling you guys, no, just stay away. Just stay away. What they're trying to do here is the same old messaging. No, everybody loves 12-year-old girls with no boobies because they've been cut off. It's just the most magical, beautiful, affirming thing ever. My opponent made things harder for us, he whines. Duh. And you know what, Mike? I would at least give him that, but his point is nonsensical. His point is nonsensical. You think that they were trying to make it harder for you to get Black men voting? I thought Obama told us Black men weren't voting for Kamala because she's a woman, not because of any trans stuff. Why didn't, if that's the case, why didn't Trump go out there and push, hey, Black guys, you don't want a woman in charge, do you? That would have been more effective, right?
Moving the vote.
And I mean, where we saw the first indication of what Quentin is talking about is when Charlemagne started talking about it.
Yeah.
And that was when, we clued in that, okay, so their strategy isn't to pull in new voters to them, it's to mess with us.
And a day after.
Their strategy was to keep people from voting for us. And that's when we realized. Okay. Oh, wow. I'm going to jump ahead because they have an ad here. Let's see what this part is. And then how much money, or how was money spent in the Harris campaign? Yeah, let's jump ahead to that.
So don't miss out. Terms and conditions apply.
Jen, you guys obviously raised a ton of money very quickly.
$1
You made huge investments.
Yeah, and you know what? This is another point to their nonsense about their shortened time. One of the problems with a shortened campaign is how you can raise money. You have a less time to raise money to get your message out there. She raised $1 billion in 3 months, showing they were fine. But anyway,
In linear television, you made the largest investment ever in digital, did a huge field operation. In the post-election analysis, there has been, even from some folks, anonymously at least inside the campaign, some critique of some of the spending decisions around things like the set for Call Her Daddy, this, renting the Sphere, that sort of stuff. Can you talk a little bit? I'd love to hear you respond to those criticism, and then maybe give, just want to get clarity on the point is that when you...
Can this guy ask a direct question? Hey, where'd you guys spend all that money? Do you think any of it was a mistake? Instead, he's putting it on other, some anonymous people say that you guys spend it badly. I'd love to hear if you would answer that and be a man, you fucking pussy.
Do you think when you guys have done all the books, that whether the DNC will be in debt at the end of this race?
So, first of all, I think it was an extraordinary testament to the vice president to have the kind of grassroots support that she had, and built on the foundation of the list and the support that President Biden had and had built, and we cultivated over years. We had some unique...
Yeah, it's amazing how suddenly Biden's not detrimental in it when it comes to the $1 billion she raised through his funding campaigns using his networks. Because that's not shit she built up herself. Jesus Christ. Do you think Kamala had the worst campaign of all time? No, not by far. I think that's got to go probably to Mondale. I mean, that was such a shellacking, man. He got just whooped.
Things that we had to do in this race, that I think were really critical to do early and spent a lot of resources at an earlier stage than we would have traditionally. Ads, but also the field program. I mean, we had massive investment of staff, 3,000 staff, hundreds and hundreds of offices in battleground states. We had canvassers and people out knocking doors.
And that's pre Kamala Harris too, or is it?
Yeah, we 100% started at pre Kamala Harris, and we've been building.
Yeah, seeing why would you bring this up? Why would you bring that up? She's like, we had this massive spend we had to do right at the beginning. The apparatus was already in place. You just changed the name on it. What are you talking about? No, we just had to spend all this money for the stuff that was already going on. That's not how it works, sweetie. She did not have to build this campaign from the ground up. They literally just slid into Joe's spot. In fact, half of the people on her campaign worked for Joe's campaign.
Building for the entire campaign, but we really had to take it into hyperdrive because we had so much work that we had to do. We knew that we couldn't just reach people.
Was Mondale really that bad? I wasn't alive, so I don't know. Yeah, he was a horrible candidate, an absolutely horrible candidate. This is going into 1984. Reagan is very, very popular, which in fairness to Democrats, I mean, the economy was actually worse at the end of 84 than it was at the end of 80. With Reagan making changes to try to get things fixed. And you also have the influx of women coming into the workforce, which pushed the unemployment numbers through the fucking roof. And there was a lot of bad economic stuff going on at the time, but it was also you're coming off a time from 76 into, 77 when Carter's sworn in through January of 81 when he leaves, where America's just down. It is just depressive, if not depression. There's just a depressive mood across the country. Reagan comes in with basically make America great again, the shining city on the hill and all this. And so it was women's fault. No, it wasn't their fault. It's just what happened at the time. Stop it. You're going to get me in trouble, Dangerous. But there was still a sense in the country of just overall happiness. And Mondale comes in. Mondale is Carter's VP, basically promising to bring us back to the Carter years. which is not what anybody wanted because they'd all just lived through it. Anyhow,
with one medium, and we had to make sure we were maximizing it, and we had to really move up spend when
I brought it up earlier. Why didn't Kamala Harris use the money to help the people affected by that storm? There probably is some campaign spending issues there where she couldn't have. And otherwise, because she didn't care about them, for being honest. I mean, Mondo had no solutions and went to town on how Reagan was making things worse, which is complete bullshit. And what Monkey just said concerning the Carter years was also big. Yeah. The Miracle on Ice. You guys know what the Miracle on Ice is? This is a hockey game between the United States and the Soviets in the 1980 Winter Olympics. And the juggernaut of the Russians versus this basically college team of kids, and America won. And it was a massive, just major change in America because everybody was so beaten down. It gave everybody something to root for. It was a magic moment, and it couldn't have happened without the Carter years being like, it would have been, hey, we won otherwise, but it was the whole nation was on the line there. The spirit of the nation was with those guys, and when they won, we won. It was an amazing time.
We're announcing the vice president as the new nominee. We are, a couple weeks later, announcing the vice president, and that we couldn't just reach people with one medium, and we had to make sure we were maximizing it, and we had to really move up spend when we're announcing the vice president as the new nominee.
How much money did you need to spend on something that was on literally every news network, that was on every social media platform, all over the place? Yes, Dangerous. There's a Kurt Russell film about the Miracle on Ice. This is part. You had to spend money to tell people she was the nominee. I found out, and I don't watch commercials. There was a big story that happened about it. This is what you guys spent money on? Oh my God.
We are, a couple weeks later announcing a running mate. We are, building out who
again didn't cost you a dime for that. I mean, maybe you guys did some opposition research on him. So couple thousands of dollars for somebody to do an internet check. Oh wow. So guys, how they spent their money is basically we wasted it. All right.
She's standing for all the things we've been talking about. And so those things cost a lot of resources, especially when you're running 7 states. There was different opportunities for us to look at the battle.
You did not have to run all 7 states. She didn't need all 7 to win. What did she need? Trump needed at least 3. So she could have done it on 5.
Ground map and to say, is anything moving away from us? And we saw up until the very end that there was so much, every single state was in such a margin of error. There was nothing that told us we couldn't play in one of these states. And
I told you. I did several times. I told you about Georgia quite a ways before you guys noticed you couldn't win that one. But forget the ad buys because those are expected. Forget we had to be on social media platforms. That's expected. What about the concerts? What about the paid celebrity endorsements? What about that shit? Because that's the part. Look, when people are talking about how you guys wasted money, that's what they're talking about. Nobody's saying you were wasting money by running ads. That's expected. Christ, they're like Kamala. They really are. They're all Kamala.
And we needed to ensure with Pennsylvania, which was our toughest of the blue walls from the beginning, where we were tied, what's the alternative to make up those electoral votes? So we ran a very wide map in other races that some of us have worked on together. We had to, move off of states. That was not actually part of our plan. And then we had to reach very hard to find voters. So we were trying to.
How does reaching hard to find voters happen from a concert with Megan the Stallion or with Oprah Winfrey giving a really bad town hall, or Maria Shriver with a really bad town hall, or rebuilding a set that already exists in a hotel room so Kamala doesn't have to actually travel? How did any of that reach people that weren't already there for you? You went on Call Her Daddy to talk about abortion. What new people did you reach from that?
To, yes, spend more resources on digital, not for the sake of that, but because we're trying to find young people. We're trying to find these lower propensity voters that were tuned out to politics. So much of the electorate, pre-Vice President Harris and post, had opted out of political engagement, had opted out of wanting to talk through or hear the kind of partisan environment. So we had to work extremely hard to find them. And doing so made us make really key choices.
Bad choices. Bad choices is the word you want there. Not key choices, bad choices. The question mentioned the Call Her Daddy set was built. The fact that she hasn't explained it is just a dodge. She's trying to explain that we were trying to get younger voters. We're trying, because that's who watches Call Her Daddy. You mean the 16-year-olds who can't vote? Good job. I mean, you guys, there was another one where they went somewhere. I'm trying to remember what it was, but they went somewhere where the audience is like teenagers and not 18, but like 17 and under. Like, why? What you should have been doing is going on things like Rogan. If you wanted to reach an audience that you hadn't reached before, go on Rogan. Go on Fox News more than one time. Go on to all kinds of places where you're not normal. They were trying to buy votes from people who don't normally vote. The problem with that is those people don't normally vote, you fucking idiots. What you should have been doing is going after people who do normally vote. You guys ended up losing senior citizens while telling them that Trump was going to take their Social Security from them. How the fuck did you manage that? Typically, politicians, when they want the old people vote, that's their go-to. They're going to take your Social Security. That was one of your talking points, and you lost them. They've been going with the Democrats for like, 3 cycles now? God damn. Try reaching out to the people that vote instead of the ones who don't.
Call Her Daddy was really an important choice to make. And the hurricane, which you're alluding to and why we had to make some adjustments on schedule, the hurricane impacted 2 weeks of our ability to reach people, not just in North Carolina and Georgia, but all across the country. I mean, we put her on the Weather Channel in part because that's where people were watching. So everything.
I didn't know she went on the Weather Channel. Is that the one that we watched where they had the little videos of each of the people? Was that on the Weather Channel? You think people tuned into the Weather Channel to get political talking points? I'm seriously thinking about starting my own political consulting business. I couldn't be any worse than these people. They didn't need a set for that. That's why, or why did they build one? Why did they pay for it? Why that much? That's what she's not answering. Because they had $1 billion. That's the real reason why they did it, because they had the money to spend. Logical Mail, thank you. I'm curious to know who hired Kamala's campaign staff, since Biden's campaign staff refused to join Kamala. They didn't all refuse to join. I think it's even the black guy that's on here was working for the Biden campaign. They had a lot of problems with the two campaigns not getting along when they were brought together. And I don't know the specific arguments. It's just been hinted to in the media. But given who Kamala is, I'm not shocked by that.
of course, you can look at, did we get the best deal here? This was quite costly here. It's quite expensive. At the end of the day, though.
But again, the Call Her Daddy set, you didn't have to build that set. You could have done that just in a hotel room. People were watching it on the Call Her Daddy channel and listening to it on the Call Her Daddy podcast. They didn't need to see a neon Call Her Daddy light and merch from Call Her Daddy on perfectly placed shelves and with a perfectly focused, tested beige background. You could have just done it in a hotel room. And you guys spent over $100,000 on that shit on a set that you could have got from just shopping like a normal person for probably less than 10 grand. And it's things like that to tell people you don't care about how you spent money. Trump managed to make it to Carolina. What was stopping Harris? You didn't think she wanted to be somewhere where there were dirty people, did you? She grew up in a middle-class household, not a poor household. She does not talk to those people.
I think if you look at the spend we had, majority of the money we spent, it was to reach voters. The money we spent at the end, I mean, Trump was every single day for the last 2 weeks of the race, he was dumping millions of dollars on our head on more points. And we didn't go chase him everywhere, but we had to look at what are people getting served? How do we match that? How are we hitting our voters and not getting distracted?
By your own words a little while ago, and actually I think it was a black guy's words, Trump spent 200 million and you spent $1 billion. And you just told us you didn't even answer all of the stuff he said. So why did you spend more money than he did? By 5-fold. Fuck. This. I'm saying it right now. Somebody needs to look at these guys for embezzlement. I'd already thought that, hey, this was a money laundering operation. But with the answer she just gave, I am convinced these people were just stealing.
Are we making sure the people that he's serving stuff to were getting to? And he had an army of super PACs that were
so did you. Stop pretending there were no Kamala super PACs. Fuck you.
Coordinated. I'm sure there's some legal way they were coordinated, but
I'm sure it was legal.
Yes,
right.
yeah, or illegal.
Yes.
But they, from the beginning, they were.
Well, they just told us, didn't they? Anytime they accuse somebody of something, you know that they've been doing it themselves. So Trump was coordinating illegally with these PACs. So you guys were coordinating illegally with PACs, were you? With $1 billion on your side, huh?
Were, week to week, all, one super PAC would take a couple weeks and hit Pennsylvania, and then the next one would come in and do the same, and they're all coordinated. We didn't have the benefit of that. So I am very confident that the fidelity of our finances.
Okay, even with that, okay. You just said you didn't answer all the ads. So let's say you were spending your money because you were trying to answer their ads and stuff. You still outspent them by a ton. How in the fuck did you spend that much money? Government spending mentality where a toilet costs $40,000 or $74,000. Yeah, it's exactly what it is. It's exactly what it is. I do know why they built the set. It's explained by the Rogan thing. Kamala wanted to pretend she went to the Call Her Daddy set. She told Rogan they wanted him to come to her and they'd build a set. Oh, well, that just makes her look even worse. Just go.
Was strong throughout, and we focused it on direct voter contact.
She was in Texas, for fuck's sake. She went down to Texas. She could have stopped by his studio.
You mentioned the sphere, of course, as you well know, to do something like that, we had to make some bets pretty early on. But we believed as we were closing the race that it was really important for people to feel like they were part of something bigger, and that we.
Why did you lose? Because we thought it was important for people to feel like they were part of something bigger. That's why you spent $1 billion and ended up in debt. All right. Sure, why not? Bet she regrets not going on Joe's show now. Oh, I don't know if she's capable of feeling regret, but So monkey fear of missing out. Yeah, that's what she's kind of trying to say. They were trying to artificially make Kamala something. That's why they paid. Did you guys see on Twitter, somebody asked how much Trump paid the people to come to his thing, including Lee Greenwood? And Lee Greenwood answered. Lee Greenwood, God bless the USA. And he answered it. He's never been paid a dime to perform at a Trump campaign. At a Trump campaign rally. He's always done it just because he believes in Trump. And they wanted, look at how popular she is. She's got Megan the Stallion and J-Lo and some Mexican band nobody in the States has ever heard of. They were trying to buy popularity. They were trying to do Can't Buy Me Love, and not the remake. I've never seen that. I'm going back to the original one. Hey, I'll give you money if you hang out with me so that people will think I'm popular. That's what they were trying to do.
We were trying to identify opportunities to culturally reach people, not just politically reach people. So while
see, it was a cultural movement that we tried to buy. So astroturfing, gotcha. You could just say that. We all know what astroturfing means.
the point of this sphere wasn't really necessarily a Las Vegas play. It was a play to get the kind of attention and awareness, and to see in that, you know, the song, and, you know, just, you want to be part of that. That was a big part of our strategy.
Told ya. See, this is why polls come out and tell you that somebody who's clearly losing, like Kamala Harris in Iowa, they'll come out and tell you, no, she's actually winning. Because there are a lot of people who are like, I need to be part of that. There is a being on the winning team kind of thing. Bandwagoning is what we call it in sports, you know. Suddenly this team wins the championship and everybody's always been a fan. And they were trying to cultivate that. There were so many Swifties for Kamala pages. I'm glad that they all failed. Yeah, me too. But that's what they were trying to do. They were trying to buy popularity, and you can't do it. I mean, you can do it on social media to an extent, but eventually fakes like that are always shown. People that can't afford to eat don't give a fuck about being part of history. Some of them do, though, Dangerous. The problem is the people that she was reaching with this kind of stuff were already on her side. The people who think that Taylor Swift's opinion on politics matters and are going to vote were already on Kamala's side. So
It's why in Philadelphia we spent, and all of our urban markets, real resources on out of home. Yes, billboards, but also murals and other ways that people could walk down a street and they see something that's cultural and cool and something that connected with them, not in a political way, to reach people. And
not in a political way for a politician. I guess this explains why the day after the election, we saw that one mural being painted over. Were they really trying to get clout off George Floyd? Bro, knock it off. You're allowed to say stuff in here, but don't say shit that's going to get me in trouble. Knock it off, dude. But they're trying to get clout off of George Floyd by painting murals on the side of buildings of Kamala. I suppose that's a thing. Huh. All right.
we felt like that was really, really important for the voters we had to reach. There is lots of important work that the DNC does week to week. We worked in tandem and in partnership this whole time. And part of the reason that the vice president was able to be so quick is because of the campaign, but also because of the infrastructure and the work the DNC has done. So they're going to be in good stead. They're going to have everything they need. They continue to have a lot of money that they put out to state parties all across the country as part of the commitment that President Biden and Vice President Harris made when they came into office. So that work continues. It doesn't just stop when there's a campaign. They have more raising and more work to do. But we are going to be in a good space across the board, across all of our entities, without debt. That carries forward. Yep.
Okay.
Having been through this, some time ago,
I would love to know what was
but
cut
then
out.
witnessing it again this time, we have to stop playing a different game as it relates to super PACs than the Republicans. Love our Democratic lawyers. I'm tired of it. Okay. They coordinate more than we do. I think amongst
You just accuse them of a crime, sir. You better have proof of that shit.
themselves. I think with the presidential campaign, like I'm just sick and tired of it. Okay. So we cannot be at a disadvantage, number one. Number two, to Jen's point,
You had $1 billion. What disadvantage were you at? Son of a bitch. Wow. Wow. This is literally the people who had the most money talking about how oppressed they are. We can't be at this disadvantage. Jesus Christ. Is that desk made from old boxes? It certainly looked that way, didn't it, Monk?
I think you don't want duplication, but I think having multiple players on the field, as long as they're well coordinated, is great. Like back in 20,
You just said that you think breaking the laws is great. Donald, this one's for you, my friend. And a 1 and a 2. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Donald Camp, a couple of days ago. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. I hope you had a great one. I really, really do. The reality is they had a candidate disadvantage, as in she was shittier. True, 100%. And it wasn't just the candidate, though. She could have done better. Listening to these guys, they just had a bad campaign, and they have really stupid people in charge.
I spent a bunch of time with Tara McGowan, who now runs Courier with Acronym, and all we did, I think it was $80 or $90 million, which was great. We only did digital low information voters, right? So whatever Future Forward was doing, we were very focused on that, particularly low information voters of color. So I think to have an ecosystem where whether
we only went after dumb Negroes. Good God. Wow. All right.
it's on issues like reproduction.
P-Dog says $1 billion and $10 billion in joyous press coverage. Yeah, they keep pretending that the entirety of the mainstream media wasn't out there, and most social media, excluding X, weren't on their side. They were continuously. What the fuck? Jesus Christ.
Reproductive health or climate or manufacturing.
You know what? Wait,
or
he
health
said it. I kind of stepped on it, but there's part of your problem. Reproductive health. Nobody believes that an abortion is reproductive health. Can you guys say anything without lying? Like literally anything? You're not trusted because you're liars. You actually explained to us that she couldn't differentiate herself because differentiating herself would make people realize she's different. And why would she bother doing that in a question where she was asked about how she'd differentiate herself? You guys literally can't stop lying. Everything you say is a lie.
Or a specific lane that you're focused on in terms of messaging. I think that's really, really important. I think that they tend to have.
I'm just going to say this right now. If the Democrats keep thinking like this, and again, I hope they do, they will not win another election. This will be the end of their party. It's going to fracture. Because eventually the people who are donating all that money, that $1 billion to you, are going to see shit like this where you're talking about how you just had to rent out the Sphere in Vegas so you could have this nonsensical fucking campaign rally at after midnight and bring up J-Lo to cry about how desperately people needed to vote for Kamala. They're going to see that shit and go, but that's not where the money should be spent. Maybe we should go with Chank's new Democratic Party. AOC won. You guys are going to kill your party, and I hope you do, because it is full of rot.
More entities that are, to Stephanie's point, clearly it is not legal what they're doing, but we're at a disadvantage.
You just said you should be doing it, and it's great. You have no proof of it. You have no proof of them coordinating. And if you do, you should take it to the DOJ, because that is a crime. Go ahead, prove it.
Advantage when Our folks are playing by a different set of rules than they are. I mean, I remember going back to
Kiss my whole fucking ass. Oh, you dirty shitbag. You want to talk about coordination? How is it a line from you guys ends up on every goddamn news platform with the exact same fucking language over and over and over again? No coordination. No. We're not coordinating. No, we're not sending out a signal to everybody on what to do. No. It just happened that the press started using that same fucking terminology, and then you guys did, or vice versa. Because again, the DNC works for the press, not the other way around. It's unfair. Oh, it's unfair, all right. But kiss my whole fucking ass in saying that it's because they're coordinating with those stupid super PACs. Get fucked, you lying piece of shit. We have literal examples of the Obama administration coordinating with the press, that they were telling the press what stories to give. But it's completely coincidental that the word weird suddenly started popping up everywhere because an obscure governor from a state nobody gives a shit about, sorry, P-Dog, said the word weird. It's a complete coincidence that everywhere blew up with Brat Summer. It's so Brat. It's so Kamala's Brat and Tim Walz is Brat. All just bullshit, right? It just lucky timing. Coincidental. Get fucked.
2012, you guys might remember this, like Mitt Romney is running around the country asking for specific dollar amounts at super PAC events. And we were told that Barack Obama couldn't even attend them.
He had to leave the room.
So like
The one event, I think, right?
right. So I just think at the end of
Obama was told at one event he couldn't go by his own people because it would break the law. Yeah. I missed that. What did I apologize for saying nobody cares about Minnesota, dude?
the day, this is important. Again, this is not at the top of the reasons that we had a different outcome here. But, you know, to win close races, you kind of want to be maximizing every piece of the arsenal.
It wasn't a close race. Maybe that's the problem. You should have been running the race as though you were losing, because you were, and your own polls told you that.
And so I think this is something we really have to reflect.
Okay, I can't watch these people anymore. I will watch this in my own time just to listen to the stupid shit they say. But I think we got the gist there of what happened. They lost because they are stupid. They lost because they are bad at their jobs. They were running a race that they should not have been running in a way they shouldn't have been running it. And yeah, awesome. Before we wrap this up, I do want to visit our friend Chris Saliza. We haven't talked about that retard in a couple of hours. He posted this on X today. God damn it, they have me saying X instead of Twitter. When did that start? The election ended 3 weeks ago. Enough time has passed. We, or I, can now safely pronounce that Tim Walz's VP pick was a dud. I told you that when he got picked. Just saying. I don't know why we couldn't do it sooner. Let me explain. Before I get into it, let me say two things. One, Tim Walz did not lose Harris the race or even close to it. Yes, he did. Not directly, but it did highlight that her bullshit about trans stuff, she absolutely meant it. She picked the guy who's like, we have to have a state law forcing tampons in boys' bathrooms in schools. Yeah. So it did help lose the race. And two, he said Josh Shapiro would not have made Harris win or even win Pennsylvania. They might have picked up Pennsylvania with Shapiro. He's a popular governor in the state. And he won pretty convincingly. But do I think he would have won the race? No, I think Shapiro might have cost her Minnesota. And definitely would have been a much bigger win here in Michigan. Democrats are not going to elect a Jew. I'm just telling you that now. But anyway, and so I kind of agree with a little bit of what he said there. That said, I just don't think the Walz pick made a ton of sense for Harris. I genuinely think Walz was the pick because he called Trump Vance weird on MSNBC in late July and instantly went viral. No, Walz was picked for the trans vote. It's what it was. They couldn't go with Shapiro because Shapiro's a Jew, and they wanted to send a signal to their little weird friends that we believe in cutting off the junk of children, and so they went with Walz. That's why he was picked. 4, remember that Harris had an incredibly compressed timeline to choose a VP. From the day Joe Biden dropped out to the day Harris picked Walz was 16 days. That's it. 16 days is enough time to look at the field and make a better pick than Walz. Just saying. That is not a good excuse for why she picked such a bad person. He didn't go viral. The press plastered the clip everywhere. That's not going viral. True. That was not a viral moment. That was a press created moment. Number 5, as Walz peaked at the exact right time, just as Harris was looking around for a VP, Walz was the hottest thing in politics. He had cracked the code on how to attack Trump. He was plain spoken. He was a football coach. Except for a very cursory look at the man would tell you, 1, he wasn't actually a football coach. He was an assistant coach, and that is different. And 2, that he put his foot in his mouth often in his plain spokenness. You could have went to any of the politicians in Minnesota and asked about him. P-Dog says, I knew Walz was a stupid pick immediately. I bet you did. I bet you have some more intimate knowledge on that than the rest of us do. It'd be like somebody, Whitmer should have been the pick. Oh, no. Let me tell you about Whitmer. So, no, this nonsense that, hey, she only had 16 days to pick him. That is very short time, sure. But they could have picked tons of different people. Hit up all your friends. There's lots of Democratic governors out there and senators and tons of people she could have picked from, and they zeroed in on him because they didn't do any real searching. To be clear, I think Harris genuinely liked Walz and felt a rapport with him, and that she and her strategist convinced themselves Walz was big dad energy might help her approval to critical voters in the upper Midwest. If that's what they thought, then they were P-Dog, I wasn't suggesting you got intimate with Walz. I apologize for that. I meant just more deeply than the rest of us, being a resident of his state. Sorry, bro. Where are we? If you thought Tampon Tim was going to help you win what you guys are calling the blue wall, you thought that was going to play in Michigan and Wisconsin and Pennsylvania, then you're retarded. That's all. Who's vetting Tampon Tim and his connections to China? Yeah, I mean, forget the vetting process. Just the fact that you can easily check that he lied about being in Hong Kong during Tiananmen Square should have told you can't trust this guy. We cannot put him in front of people if he's willing to lie about this. Something so easily checked. Where are we? Number 7, but without weird, Walz is never on her radar, period. No, he was on the radar because of the tampon stuff. I'm just telling you, that's what did it. Thank you, Dangerous Spaces. Congratulations, Chris. You just revealed why people don't trust the press. Now the election is over, I can say all these things. If things should be said, say it during the campaign, but they can't. True, yeah. Anyway, and he never really found a second act after Weird. I mean, they tried to pretend that he won the debate, but I mean, you want to talk about an actual viral moment, that JD Vance look into the camera, there's your real viral moment. Yes, there was excitement about the ticket after the pick. Was there? It was all purchased. I mean, we just watched Kamala's campaign staff tell us that they were trying to buy excitement. trying to buy the feeling that you're part of something. Was there really excitement? No. Walls called Vance weird and turned out to be way more weird than him. Yeah, true. Where are we? Yes, there was excitement about the ticket. No, there wasn't. But in retrospect, that looks to me a lot more like excitement that Biden wasn't the nominee anymore. It wasn't even that. Like if Harris had picked Shapiro or Gretchen Whitmer, would the energy have been less? I don't think so. I hate saying this, but Whitmer would have been a better pick for her. She doesn't quite have the same albatross of tampons, even though she uses more of them than Tim should have to. Probably doesn't, though. But she would have been a more solid candidate. And she believes in the abortion thing, which was their main talking point to begin with. Would there have been more excitement, though? No, because nobody gets excited for the VP. Although I will say I did see a lot of women like, I really like JD Vance. Because he's a good-looking fellow once he grew his beard out and you don't see the baby face. Not judging JD, did the same thing. But generally speaking, nobody gets excited about the VP pick because we all know that their job is mostly meaningless. So I'll give him that one. No, it wouldn't have changed, but there would have been better picks. Walls was mediocre at best in the VP debate. Hey, for once you and me are right on the same page, Chris. His tendency to exaggerate, misremember, lie. The word is lie. You say it about Trump, say it about that man. His tendency to exaggerate, misremember details about his past turned into a national story. And towards the end of the campaign, he was just a non-entity. Yeah, because they picked a really bad candidate. And while you have people like J.D. Vance following Trump onto Rogan and going on to Theo Vaughn's podcast and going all over the place and getting the media pissed off because they were going, at the very least, they were in the media. They were like, don't let that fucking retard go anywhere. Put him in the basement where Joey is. Let him go hang out with Joey and play with blocks, okay? And with hindsight being 2020, there were... Oh, wait. I skipped, didn't I? No, I'm on the right part. And with hindsight being 2020, there were clearly better VP picks available for Harris. You don't need... No, I'm not getting... No, you don't get away with that. There's no way you actually thought he was a good VP candidate. Not if you paid any attention at all. I broke it down all in my free nightly newsletter. I don't care about your nightly newsletter. But I mean, this is our press, man. They're realizing 3 weeks after the election that Walls was a bad choice. Called that shit in real time, homie. Fuck. Hey, Skeptalk, how you doing, my friend? Pre-verification is the word that comes to mind. I look, Walls was picked because of his stance on trans stuff. It's why the Trump campaign's trans ads hit as well as they did. It just shows who these people are and what they value. And that for all of their nonsense, yeah, they really do want to put tampons in boys' bathrooms because they want to play to a delusion and call it normal. But anyway, guys, with that, we are wrapping this one up. I wanted to go over more of that podcast because, well, fuck, responding to people is the easiest part of my job. And they were making it very easy because they're all retarded. I just couldn't take any more of it. They're so bad at their jobs. And whether they're self-deluded or liars or a combination of both, that is hard to watch people be that far out of touch. Kamala got her ass kicked because she was a bad candidate. And she would have done better, but she had a bad campaign. Also his policy on covering up live abortion stuff, Monkey. The press let that go. They didn't talk about it at all. They let him lie about it in the debate and just left it. So, I mean, you're right. It hits with it. But the one that really got him was the tampon Tim thing. I mean, I think that really hurt him a lot. But, she was a bad candidate. And They thought it was a. Can you give a better example of people saying the stuff we've been saying about them for us? We were trying to make people feel like they were part of something bigger. You're communists, aren't you? The greater good, you guys. She wasn't running to be president. She was running to be prom queen. And yeah, you can't do those the same. Shit. I can't believe the bitch said that out loud. I really can't, because that is utterly ridiculous. Did any part of it surprise you guys? Speaking of responses, don't forget my response video, everybody, to the Intelligent Cuties Defender. Yeah, check out Dark Conservatarian's video. Like I said, I'll be checking it out myself. She picked Walz because she couldn't tango with Trump. Honest to God, I don't know why she picked Tim Walz. It makes zero sense on even the most cursory level. I get it. They're trying to play to the trans thing and like, look, we are progressive. We believe in mutilating children because we're progressive. But just the lies that he's told. I carried my guns into war. You never did that. And don't tell me they didn't know that shit. A lot of the times when somebody's put up for a nomination or they decide to run for president or something, the scandals that come out about them are scandals people in the state have known about for years. They're things that have been going on forever. But since nationally we don't much care about states outside of California, New York, and Texas, maybe Florida, they fly under the national radar. So then they run for president, and this thing that they dealt with in their own state a decade ago comes back to haunt them again. And you can't be on a national campaign and not understand that. He's folksy. Yeah, but a folksy liar is still a liar. Him throwing on plaid so he can look like a lesbian doesn't make him folksy. He's retarded. I know that's what they were going for, Verifier, but seriously, just dressing somebody, it's the putting a pig on a lipstick, right? Or sorry, putting a lipstick on a pig. You can put a flannel shirt on a dude. It doesn't make him a man's man. You remember when they tried convincing us that Kamala's husband is the real, the new definition of manly? Beating women? Isn't that what you guys tell us the old definition of manly is? It was just such a piss poor campaign. It really was. And with all kinds of press collusion and shit, that story didn't get written about him being the new kind of man without the campaign putting that out there for the reporter to write about. This shit is all coordinated, and they're a bunch of fucking assholes. Thanks for the show, Monk, and for being my sanity in an insane world. Well, if I'm your sanity, you got some issues. Ladies and gentlemen, thanks for coming and hanging out. Thank you so much for the donations. You guys are so kind, and I appreciate it. Thanksgiving's coming up. I will be doing a show on that night. I don't know when, though. I hope you guys got time with your friends and family. I can't promise a show before then, though, because I am going to be trying to help Lady Monkey get the dinner and everything ready this year, and I've already hurt myself several times over the last few weeks doing shit I probably should just be sitting and resting through. But I will do my best to do a show every night. But on Wednesday, seriously, I might not be able to. We will get back to video game streaming. I know I keep starting and stopping, but shit keeps coming up. We will get back to that really, really soon, and hopefully not stop again. One of the problems is the satellite has been so spotty as well, but it's finally better, and if only I could get my back that way. Thank you for everything. You're the best audience in the world. I will bite anyone who says differently. Take care of yourselves. Peace. This is the song I sing so you know. The show is over and it's time to go. Kamala Harris lost 'cause she's a dirty hoe.